In the elite culinary circles of Paris, where Michelin stars dictated destinies and chefs vied for the approval of discerning critics, Antoine the Palate Du Bois reigned supreme. His pronouncements could elevate a humble bistro to a gastronomic temple or condemn a grand restaurant to oblivion. Yet, this revered critic lived a life of quiet luxury, never ostentatious. His wealth seemingly a byproduct of pure, unblemished taste. How did a man whose life revolved around the pursuit of culinary perfection quietly orchestrate a vast empire of hidden profits and controlled reputations? And what subtle, almost imperceptible flaw in the very ingredients he championed eventually allowed the natural world itself to expose his grand deception? Antoine Du Bois moved through the hallowed halls of France's finest restaurants with an air of profound authority. His slender fingers would delicately prod a fillet. His nose would inhale the nuanced aromas, and his eyes, sharp and discerning, would survey every plate with an almost surgical precision. His reviews, published in prestigious journals and guides, were gospel, capable of filling reservations books for months or emptying them overnight. To the public, he was the guardian of French gastronomy, a man of unimpeachable taste and integrity. But Antoine, beneath his veneer of scholarly connoisseurship, was a master manipulator of the culinary ecosystem, building a silent fortune on controlled access and manufactured scarcity. His method was an ingenious blend of critical influence and supply chain dominance. Antoine didn't just review, he invested, quietly, through layers of holding companies and trusted associates. He became a silent partner in struggling, but promising, restaurants. He would then bestow upon them a coveted Michelin star or a series of glowing reviews, propelling them to fame. Conversely, he would deliver scathing critiques to rivals, highlighting minute flaws with devastating precision, effectively driving them out of business or pressuring them into selling their operations at a bargain price, often to entities he secretly controlled. But his true leverage lay in a specific, almost mythical commodity, the tuber melanosporum regalis, a rare, intensely aromatic black truffle found only in a few pristine, ancient forests of central France and notoriously difficult to cultivate. Antoine claimed to have exclusive access to these truffles through a network of trusted, traditional truffiers. He supplied these authentic truffles to his favored restaurants at exorbitant prices, making vast profits while ensuring his establishments maintained an unparalleled air of exclusivity and quality. These exclusive truffles became Antoine's signature, a mark of true culinary excellence that separated the elite from the merely good. The money generated from the inflated prices of these truffles, as well as the quiet dividends from his secretly owned restaurants, flowed through a complex web of offshore accounts and shell companies disguised as agricultural investments or consultancy fees. His personal life remained comfortably elegant but understated, reinforcing his image as a man devoted purely to the art of cuisine. For decades, Antoine's system was unassailable. The mystique of the truffle market, the inherent subjectivity of taste, and his unassailable reputation as a critic made questioning his methods almost unthinkable. Chefs, desperate for his approval and access to his rare ingredients, dared not complain about the prices. Auditors focused on declared profits, not the true origin of a fungus. The first faint, earthy scent of discord in Antoine's perfectly composed symphony emerged from an unexpected source. Dr. Juliette Dubois, no relation, a young, brilliant mycologist and forensic food scientist at the National Museum of Natural History. Juliette was pioneering advanced DNA sequencing and isotopic analysis techniques to determine the precise geographical origin and genetic lineage of wild fungi, particularly truffles. Her research aimed to combat the growing problem of counterfeit or mislabeled rare food products. She began to notice a peculiar, statistically improbable genetic homogeneity across several batches of tuber melanosporum regalis being supplied to Paris's most exclusive, highly rated restaurants that all, coincidentally, received glowing reviews from Antoine Dubois. The truffles, purportedly sourced from diverse, wild forest locations, should have shown natural genetic variations reflecting their individual growing conditions. But these did not. They were almost genetically identical. Juliet's investigation was a quiet, meticulous pursuit of scientific truth. She acquired samples of these exclusive truffles through various means, often posing as a culinary student or a researcher. Her DNA analysis revealed a startling truth. The truffles were not wild. They were, in fact, cultivated, grown in specialized, controlled environments, not in ancient forests. Even more damning, their isotopic signature, which reveals environmental conditions like soil type and rainfall, pointed not to central France, but to a vast commercial truffle farm in a remote region of Spain, a farm that had recently invested heavily in advanced cultivation techniques. The poetic misstep was Antoine's overzealous desire for perfect consistency in his rare truffles, a consistency that only cultivation could achieve, thereby erasing the very natural variations that would have confirmed their wild, prestigious origin. When the French financial police, armed with Dr. Dubois's irrefutable scientific evidence, finally approached Antoine Dubois, he was in a Michelin-starred kitchen, overseeing a chef meticulously shaving paper-thin slices of his truffles onto a dish. There was no dramatic confrontation, no public spectacle. Instead, two quiet detectives and Dr. Dubois herself arrived. Antoine, ever composed, offered them a taste of the truffle. They didn't shout accusations. They simply laid out Juliet's forensic reports, the DNA analyses proving cultivation, the isotopic data revealing the Spanish origin, and the undeniable link between his glowing reviews and the restaurants exclusively using his mass-produced, falsely labeled truffles. Antoine looked at the data, his expression slowly shifting from composed arrogance to a quiet, profound realization. His world, built on the illusion of impeccable taste and the silent manipulation of an entire culinary ecosystem, had finally been unraveled, not by a single act of betrayal, but by the relentless pursuit of an unseen truth, exposed by the very essence of the natural world he claimed to champion. The hum of the mainframe computers in the late 1990s, deep within a nondescript office park in Dublin, was the steady heartbeat of Liam, the architect O'Connell's operations. He wasn't building physical structures, but elaborate digital mazes, expertly laundering vast sums of money through the burgeoning world of online gambling. When seemingly legitimate internet casinos, appearing overnight and dissolving just as swiftly, began to leave a trail of untraceable digital transactions across international borders, authorities were baffled. But what sophisticated, almost invisible method did Liam employ to hide his dirty billions, and what tiny, yet critical digital ghost would eventually expose the meticulously crafted architecture of his virtual empire? Liam O'Connell was a prodigy of the digital age, a former cybersecurity consultant with a keen understanding of network vulnerabilities and the intricate pathways of online finance. He saw the internet not just as a tool, but as a vast, unregulated frontier ripe for exploitation. Unlike the old guard, Liam had no need for gritty backrooms or physical intimidation. His realm was the ethereal space of servers and algorithms, his currency encrypted data packets. He offered a service unparalleled in its efficiency: the instantaneous transformation of illicit cash into clean, digital assets, then back again, leaving no discernible trace. His method was an evolution of traditional money laundering, adapted for the digital sphere. Liam would create a network of legitimate-looking online casinos, registered in obscure offshore jurisdictions with lax financial regulations. These weren't mere fronts. They were fully functional gambling sites, complete with real players and real games. The genius, however, lay in the ghost players, sophisticated AI bots, programmed by Liam, that would join high-stakes poker games or roulette tables. These bots, funded with dirty money, would consistently lose to other bots controlled by Liam or to real players who were unknowingly acting as conduits. The losses would then be paid out to accounts controlled by Liam, appearing as legitimate gambling winnings. The real key was the sheer volume and speed. Thousands of transactions, often for relatively small amounts, would occur simultaneously across multiple platforms, blending dirty money with legitimate gambling revenue. Then, through a series of rapid-fire transfers between offshore e-wallets, crypto exchanges, and shell companies, the money would be layered, losing its original identity with each hop. It was a digital whirlwind, designed to overwhelm and confuse any financial investigator. You could almost feel the phantom currents of illicit wealth flowing through the global network, unseen but undeniably present. Liam's operation thrived on its anonymity and its adaptability. If one online casino drew too much attention, it could be dissolved within hours, its servers wiped clean, and a new one spun up under a different name, different jurisdiction. He offered his services to a global clientele, from drug cartels to corrupt politicians, all drawn by the promise of untraceable, instantaneous wealth purification. The atmosphere around Liam, though he worked alone from his quiet office, was one of absolute, almost godlike control over the digital flow of money. He believed he had created a system so complex, so ephemeral, that it was truly uncatchable. The unraveling began, not with a technical flaw in his code, but with a subtle human element he hadn't fully accounted for. One of his real player conduits, a desperate online gambler in Eastern Europe who had been unknowingly receiving small, lucky winnings from Liam's bots, became suspicious. He wasn't a hacker or an investigator, just a frustrated player who noticed that he consistently won more often when playing against a particular set of newly registered, oddly aggressive opponents, always at certain times of the day, and then those winnings would disappear as quickly as they appeared when he tried to transfer them out. The money was effectively locked into Liam's system. He eventually approached an online forum dedicated to exposing gambling scams, detailing the bizarre patterns of his luck. Among the forum members was a sharp, young cybercrime analyst for Interpol working undercover. She immediately recognized the unique digital ghost, the statistical improbability of a string of players consistently losing to a specific, rotating set of new accounts, always funneling money towards offshore accounts. It was a faint, almost invisible signature, but it was there. She began to trace the seemingly disparate threads, not through individual transactions, which were too numerous and fragmented, but through the timing and IP addresses of the server activity. Her investigation wasn't about following the money itself, but about mapping the connections between the constantly shifting digital entities. She discovered clusters of server activity originating from the same IP ranges, dissolving and reappearing in new configurations, all pointing back to a small set of sophisticated bot networks. These networks, though disguised, occasionally left a lingering digital footprint, a phantom echo of their previous existence. This allowed her to pinpoint the master control server in Dublin. The raid, when it came, was not on a bustling casino floor, but on a quiet office where Liam, the architect O'Connell, sat calmly amidst a glowing array of monitors, his fingers still dancing across keyboards. He had created a perfect digital labyrinth, but in his pursuit of absolute anonymity, he had overlooked the subtle, yet undeniable, ghosts his own digital creations left behind. As he was led away, the hum of the mainframes continued, a chilling reminder of the vast, unseen flows of wealth beneath the surface of the internet, and the enduring question: how many other digital architects are quietly building their empires in the unseen corners of cyberspace? In the somber quiet of Boston's oldest funeral parlor, Thomas "Tommy" Blackwood offered solace to grieving families, meticulously arranging final goodbyes. Yet behind the draped velvet and solemn hymns, he was arranging far more than just funerals. How did a man whose life revolved around death become the undisputed arbiter of life and fortune for so many? And what unexpected thread, woven from grief itself, eventually unraveled his profound control? Thomas "Tommy" Blackwood moved with a quiet, practiced grace through the hushed halls of Blackwood and Sons Funeral Home. The scent of lilies and polished mahogany clung to him, a perpetual aura of solemn respectability. Tommy was an institution in the old Boston neighborhoods, a third-generation funeral director whose family had eased countless families through their darkest hours. He knew every family history, every hidden sorrow, every unspoken financial strain. His voice was always gentle, his advice empathetic, his demeanor unfailingly compassionate. To the public, he was a pillar of the community, a man who offered comfort and dignity in death. But Tommy understood that grief was a powerful lever, a moment of profound vulnerability where desperate people made desperate choices, and that was where his true enterprise began. His method was built on subtle exploitation of sorrow. A family, overwhelmed by unexpected loss and mounting funeral expenses, would be gently guided towards options they couldn't truly afford. Then Tommy, with a sympathetic sigh, would offer a personal loan, a generous advance to cover the costs. No questions asked, no immediate repayment demanded. The interest rates were never explicitly stated, the repayment terms vaguely deferred. These loans weren't just about money, they were about obligation. Once a family was indebted to Tommy, they became part of his silent empire. He didn't demand payment with threats of violence. He simply expected favors. A struggling business owner might be asked to discreetly place a bet at a certain underground poker game Tommy ran, or to funnel a small, seemingly legitimate payment through their books. A city councilman, indebted for his father's lavish send-off, might find himself voting on a zoning variance that benefited a property Tommy quietly held an interest in. His empire grew not through intimidation, but through the insidious accumulation of silent debts and unspoken favors, each one a thread in a tightly woven web of control. Tommy's reach extended into every quiet corner of the community. He was the unacknowledged financier of a thriving underground gambling circuit, using the funeral home's back rooms for discreet payouts. He was the silent partner in numerous struggling small businesses, offering lifelines that turned them into fronts for money laundering. He even subtly influenced local elections, ensuring that key positions were filled by individuals who understood the unspoken rules. His power was invisible, rarely spoken of directly, but profoundly felt. You might have seen him in the local diner, calmly sipping coffee, nodding to passers-by, an embodiment of civic virtue, entirely unaware of the countless lives he quietly orchestrated, their futures tied to the silent ledger he kept in his mind, and occasionally in a small, well-hidden book. For decades, Tommy's system remained impenetrable. Who would suspect a funeral director, a man steeped in the solemn rituals of the departed? The victims were too ashamed of their vulnerability, too entangled in their debts, or too fearful of the implicit consequences to speak out. Law enforcement, focused on visible crime, overlooked the subtle, almost paternalistic control Tommy exerted. His books were immaculate, his taxes paid, his public persona beyond reproach. The first quiet fissure in Tommy's meticulously constructed world came not from a jilted gambler or a disgruntled client, but from a persistent, empathetic social worker named Anya Sharma. Anya worked with elderly residents in the community, often helping them navigate financial difficulties after the loss of a spouse. She began to notice a disturbing pattern. An unusually high number of her elderly clients, after burying a loved one through Blackwood and Sons, seemed to be perpetually struggling with debt, even when their known assets should have provided stability. They often spoke vaguely of arrangements with Mr. Blackwood, but never provided details, their eyes clouding with a mix of gratitude and quiet fear. Anya, with a background in financial fraud prevention, felt a subtle unease. It wasn't about theft. It was about coercion, a quiet economic strangulation of the most vulnerable. Anya's investigation was a slow, deliberate collection of whispers and public records. She correlated deaths handled by Blackwood and Sons with subsequent property transfers, sudden bankruptcies, or inexplicable financial obligations among the deceased's families. She discovered that many of these loans were not documented in any official capacity, existing only as verbal agreements, reinforced by the implicit threat of social ostracization or quiet ruin. Her breakthrough came when she identified a particular elderly widow who, after her husband's funeral, had unwittingly signed over the rights to a significant portion of her property to a shell company, ostensibly as collateral for an unpaid funeral balance that Tommy had claimed, but which she had no record of. The widow, too frail and intimidated to challenge it, had simply accepted her fate. When Anya presented her findings to a reluctant but ultimately convinced district attorney, the case was not about a violent crime, but about a systematic pattern of predatory financial exploitation, leveraging the most fragile moments of human existence. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. A network of interconnected debts, unusual property transactions, and the silent, overwhelming fear expressed by dozens of families. The end for Tommy Blackwood was as quiet as his reign had been. There was no dramatic raid on the funeral home. Instead, 2 federal agents and a representative from the DA's office arrived during a lull between services. They found Tommy in his office reviewing a burial plot diagram. They didn't shout accusations. They simply laid out the intricate web of loans, the property transfers, the unrecorded debts, and the testimonials of grieving families, all connected by his subtle hand. The silent ledger, which had given him such absolute power, was now being read aloud, its true nature exposed. Tommy, confronted with the meticulous unraveling of his quiet empire, offered no resistance. His world, built on the solemnity of death and the vulnerability of the living, had finally been brought to light, not by a single act of defiance, but by the relentless pursuit of an unseen truth. In a secluded, unassuming print shop nestled deep within the industrial outskirts of Naples, millions of euros in perfect counterfeit currency flowed silently into the European economy. Yet the man behind it, a meticulous master printer named Enzo the Monk Ferraro, lived a life of almost monastic simplicity, eschewing all overt displays of wealth. How did such a seemingly ordinary craftsman manage to create a counterfeiting operation of unparalleled precision and scale? And what infinitesimal flaw, a subtle deviation from true perfection, eventually led to the unraveling of his quiet reign? Enzo Ferraro was a man of habit and quiet dedication. His print shop, Arti Grafiche Ferraro, had been in his family for 3 generations, specializing in high-quality bespoke invitations, corporate brochures, and art reproductions. Enzo himself was a master of his craft, possessing an almost obsessive eye for detail, a profound understanding of paper, ink, and the delicate mechanics of a printing press. He was known for his precision, his punctuality, and his profound silence. He lived in a modest apartment above the shop, rarely ventured out, and his only passion seemed to be the intricate dance of machinery and color that defined his work. But beneath this veneer of quiet dedication lay a clandestine ambition, to print money so perfect it would defy detection. His journey into counterfeiting began not with a desire for lavish wealth, but with a fascination, almost an artistic challenge. He studied genuine currency with the intensity of a scholar, analyzing its every fiber, its every watermark, its every microscopic security feature. He invested slowly, discreetly in the finest papers, the most advanced inks, and specialized printing plates, often ordering them from disparate, unsuspecting suppliers across Europe and Asia, ensuring no single vendor could trace his true intentions. He rarely, if ever, outsourced. Every step of the process, from the initial engraving to the final cut, was performed by his own hands, often under the pale glow of a single lamp, long after the city had gone to sleep. He was a lone artisan in a dark trade, the monk because of his reclusive habits and the meticulous, almost devotional focus he brought to his illicit craft. The money he produced was not just fake. It was, in its material reality, a flawless imitation designed to blend seamlessly into the legitimate flow of commerce. Enzo's distribution network was as understated as his production. He didn't deal with street thugs or flashy criminals. Instead, he used a small, carefully vetted group of intermediaries, unassuming businessmen with legitimate fronts, who would discreetly introduce batches of the counterfeit currency into the broader economy through large-scale, low-profit transactions. Bulk purchases of perishable goods, small investments in struggling businesses, or even quietly exchanging them at busy tourist hubs. The money was always dispersed in small, unalarming amounts, ensuring it dispersed quickly and was almost impossible to trace back to its origin. This diffuse method ensured that no single large transaction would trigger red flags, and that the ink was barely dry before the notes were circulating far from Naples. For years, the counterfeit euros were an enigma. Authorities knew there was a flood of high-quality fakes, but they couldn't trace the source. The notes were too good, too indistinguishable from genuine currency. They appeared in random European cities, always in small amounts, making it impossible to establish a clear geographic origin. Investigations focused on established criminal networks, but Enzo, the quiet artisan, remained entirely outside their radar. His lack of personal extravagance, his disciplined routine, and his complete lack of a criminal record kept him invisible. You might have received one of his notes as change in a Parisian cafe, or withdrawn one from an ATM in Berlin, entirely oblivious to the silent, meticulous effort that went into its creation. The beginning of the end for Enzo came not from a human tip, but from a machine, or rather, the data it generated. The European Central Bank had recently deployed a new generation of sophisticated currency detection machines in major banks across the continent. These machines, far more advanced than previous models, could not just detect obvious fakes, but could analyze microscopic inconsistencies in texture, faint deviations in the magnetic strip, and almost imperceptible variations in the ink's chemical composition. Over time, these machines began to flag a statistically significant number of almost perfect notes. Not enough to stop a transaction, but enough to trigger a quiet internal alert. The flaw was not in the design of the notes, but in an almost imperceptible variation in the drying process of a specific ink, a minute difference that only a machine operating at atomic levels could detect. A dedicated team of forensic currency analysts, led by Dr. Lena Schmidt, a German expert with a background in material science, began to compile the data. They weren't looking for obvious fakes. They were looking for patterns among the nearly perfect ones. She noticed that the flagged notes, despite appearing in diverse locations, shared a common, specific microsignature, a unique fingerprint left by a particular type of printing press and a very specific ink formula. This fingerprint pointed to a master printer of incredible skill. Dr. Schmidt's breakthrough came when she cross-referenced the chemical composition of the ink with shipping records for specialized printing supplies, slowly narrowing down the list of potential buyers to a handful of high-quality print shops. The next step was to identify which of these print shops also ordered the specific, obscure type of paper fiber found in the counterfeit notes. The quiet, almost invisible trail led directly to Arti Grafiche Ferraro in Naples. When the financial police, armed with Lena Schmidt's irrefutable forensic evidence, arrived at Enzo's shop, there was no dramatic confrontation. Enzo was at his press, meticulously adjusting a plate, the scent of ink and paper filling the air. He looked up, his expression calm, almost resigned. They didn't need to ask questions. They simply presented him with the detailed analysis, the microscopic images, the undeniable scientific proof of his unique signature on the counterfeit euros. His quiet empire, built on an almost perfect illusion, had been unraveled not by brute force, but by the cold, unyielding logic of advanced science, revealing the almost imperceptible flaw that only true perfection could hide. The silent king of counterfeits had finally been dethroned, not by a rival, but by the relentless pursuit of an unseen truth. Pulsing heart of the 1990s Los Angeles music scene, every breakout artist seemed to owe their meteoric rise to the enigmatic, velvet-voiced record producer Julian Vance, yet their personal fortunes rarely matched their public success. How did one man seemingly control the destinies of so many rising stars, guiding them to fame while keeping their wealth subtly out of reach? And what unseen flaw in his perfectly crafted illusion eventually allowed the music itself to betray him? Julian Vance was a figure of almost mythical stature in the music industry. His recording studio, the Sound Sanctuary, nestled discreetly in the Hollywood Hills, was a temple where raw talent was supposedly sculpted into platinum-selling artistry. Vance himself was a study in refined charm, always impeccably dressed in custom-tailored suits, his silver hair swept back, his voice a smooth, encouraging purr that could coax a timid singer into a powerful performance. He discovered raw, passionate artists from gritty clubs and humble garages, promising them the moon massive advances, state-of-the-art recording, relentless promotion. To the public, he was a visionary, a benevolent mentor who believed in the transformative power of music. But beneath the polished surface, Julian Vance was orchestrating a quiet, insidious empire built on debt, dreams, and the unyielding control of artistic output. His system was an ingenious form of financial bondage, cloaked in the complex language of music contracts. Artists, desperate for their break, would sign agreements laden with predatory clauses. Vance's label, Ascension Records, would front enormous recording costs for studio time, session musicians, engineers, and even basic living expenses, all of which were inflated to astronomical levels and meticulously charged back to the artist. Advances, while seemingly generous, were merely future earnings already spent. Promotional tours, music video productions, and marketing campaigns were executed at exorbitant rates, further burying artists in insurmountable debt. The artists, perpetually in the red, would find their actual royalties, their share of album sales, touring revenue, and merchandise, absorbed by these ever-growing recoupable expenses. Vance wasn't stealing money outright. He was simply ensuring that the artist's side of the ledger never reached profitability. You might have visited the Sound Sanctuary, perhaps on a studio tour, catching a glimpse of a young, intense musician laying down tracks, or a vibrant singer rehearsing, their faces alight with hope. You would have heard the buzz of creativity, the promise of stardom. What you wouldn't have seen was the quiet, relentless bleed of their future. The real money flowed not to the artists, but to a series of shell companies controlled by Vance, disguised as production houses, marketing agencies, and tour management firms. These companies would charge Ascension Records exorbitant fees, funneling the actual profits away from the artist's recoupable earnings and into Vance's hidden accounts, often located in obscure Caribbean jurisdictions. The artists were kept perpetually indebted, their careers entirely dependent on Vance's continued investment. Any artist who tried to leave or question the finances found their album mysteriously shelved, their touring opportunities vanish, or their contracts tied up in endless, ruinous litigation. The coercion was subtle, professional, and devastatingly effective. For nearly a decade, Vance's empire flourished. Artists, eager for success, often believed their lack of personal wealth was simply the price of breaking into the notoriously difficult music industry. The complexity of the contracts, the layers of corporate entities, and the sheer volume of transactions made it nearly impossible for individual artists or even their small, underfunded lawyers to unravel the scheme. Industry watchdogs, focused on copyright infringement or direct fraud, overlooked the systemic financial exploitation masked by legitimate-looking expenses. The first quiet discord in Vance's perfectly composed symphony emerged from an unlikely collaboration. Christine Davies, a veteran investigative journalist for a niche music industry magazine, and Ben Carter, a young, idealistic entertainment lawyer with legal aid. Christine had spent years observing the curious pattern of artists who, despite achieving massive commercial success, remained strangely impoverished, always citing contractual obligations or recoupment issues. Ben, meanwhile, was overwhelmed with cases from frustrated artists whose careers were soaring, but whose bank accounts remained stubbornly empty. They started connecting the dots. Their breakthrough came not from a single disgruntled artist, but from a painstaking analysis of dozens of Ascension Records contracts. Ben noticed a striking uniformity in the language, an unusually high artist development fund clause, always consuming a disproportionate percentage of an artist's earnings, and a peculiar creative investment fee that appeared across all contracts, regardless of the artist's genre or actual production needs. Christine's deep dives into public records revealed that these funds and fees invariably flowed into two specific, obscure holding companies registered in the Cayman Islands, which had no discernible legitimate business other than receiving payments from Ascension. The flaw was not in a single miscalculation, but in the perfect, uniform extraction across every artist, a pattern too consistent to be legitimate, a hidden mathematical signature of his quiet tyranny. When the federal authorities, armed with Christine's meticulous investigative reporting and Ben's forensic accounting of the contracts, finally moved, it was with the quiet precision of a well-rehearsed chord change. There was no dramatic raid on the sound sanctuary. Instead, 2 U.S. attorneys and an FBI financial crimes agent arrived at Vance's elegant office. Vance, ever composed, offered them coffee. They didn't shout accusations. They simply laid out the evidence. A detailed, cross-reference chart showing the consistent drain of artist royalties into the Cayman Island holding companies, linked through the development fund and creative investment clauses. They showed him how his golden microphone had been a subtle instrument of control, designed to filter wealth away from the very talent he claimed to nurture. Vance looked at the documents, his smooth composure finally faltering. His empire, built on the silence of exploited dreams and the intricate language of contracts, dissolving under the quiet, undeniable weight of exposed patterns. The music continued to play in Los Angeles, but the unseen hand that had quietly profited from its creation was finally and irrevocably silenced. The incessant chime of slot machines in the gaudy, neon-lit Starlight Casino of Las Vegas in the late 1980s masked a far more subtle symphony of deception. Frank the Fixer Moretti, ostensibly a casino manager, was orchestrating a quiet revolution in credit fraud, leveraging the insatiable appetites of high rollers to funnel millions through phantom debts and manipulated lines of credit. When a series of wealthy individuals, seemingly immune to financial woes, suddenly found their legitimate assets mysteriously frozen and their credit ratings in tatters, whispers began to circulate about a shadowy figure pulling the strings. But what ingenious financial shell game did Frank employ to exploit the high stakes of the gambling world? And what mundane, yet overlooked, piece of paper would eventually expose the elaborate deception of the Fixer? Frank Moretti was a master of human psychology, a former bank executive who understood the allure of unlimited credit and the desperation of a losing streak. He didn't need to strong-arm. He simply offered a path to continued indulgence. His role as a casino manager was a perfect front, granting him intimate access to the financial habits and vulnerabilities of the casino's most coveted clients, the high rollers. His office, a surprisingly Spartan space behind the velvet ropes of the VIP lounge, was filled not with gambling paraphernalia, but with credit reports, banking regulations, and a meticulous, handwritten ledger detailing his clients' hidden financial woes. His criminal enterprise wasn't about skimming cash from the casino floor. It was about manipulating the very concept of debt. Frank would target wealthy individuals with significant but illiquid assets, say a sprawling real estate portfolio or valuable art collections, who were, ironically, cash poor due to lavish spending habits or poor investments. When these high rollers inevitably hit a losing streak, Frank would appear not as a loan shark, but as a benevolent savior. He'd offer them seemingly unlimited lines of credit, facilitated through obscure, offshore banks he controlled. The terms were simple. Use the credit to keep gambling, and he would handle the paperwork. The ingenious part was that these lines of credit were largely fictitious. The money wasn't coming from legitimate loans. It was simply a digital entry in a phantom ledger. However, once the high roller had lost this phantom money at Frank's tables, and the casino, owned by Frank's associates, had won it, Frank would then present the client with a series of fabricated, legally binding debt instruments. These documents, complete with forged signatures and official-looking stamps, represented the losses as legitimate, unsecured loans from the offshore banks. The high rollers, embarrassed and desperate to avoid public exposure of their gambling debts, would sign anything to make the problem disappear. Frank would then sell these fabricated debts to other shell companies he controlled, layering the transaction until the origin of the loan was untraceable, and the debt became a legitimate claim against the high roller's real assets. Frank's influence grew exponentially. He transformed the casino into a hub for laundering not just money, but also the consequences of reckless spending. The atmosphere in the VIP lounge was one of perpetual indulgence, where credit seemed endless and losses merely a temporary setback. You could almost feel the phantom wealth circulating, turning into real claims against real fortunes. Frank operated with a calm, almost professorial air, convinced that his intricate financial web was impenetrable, relying on his clients' pride and desperation to sign away their futures. The unraveling began, not with an audit of the casino, but with a seemingly trivial legal dispute far from the flashing lights of Vegas. A renowned, but notoriously flamboyant, film producer, one of Frank's most prominent victims, found his long-established legitimate bank accounts suddenly frozen. His attorney discovered that this freeze was due to a bizarre, complex claim from an unknown offshore entity, alleging a massive unpaid loan. The producer, confused, swore he had never taken such a loan, only lines of credit from the fixer at the Starlight Casino. The attorney, accustomed to dealing with legitimate financial institutions, found the offshore entity completely untraceable. This bizarre case landed on the desk of a quiet, meticulous FBI fraud investigator, Agent David Kim. Kim had been tracking a curious pattern of frozen assets and unexplained offshore claims among wealthy individuals, all of whom had recently frequented the Starlight Casino. He started focusing not on the casino's income, but on the documents associated with these phantom loans. He noticed a subtle, recurring anomaly. The notarization stamps on several of these loan agreements all shared a very specific, almost imperceptible misalignment. It was a flaw so minute that only a forensic document examiner would spot it. Kim realized that while the documents appeared perfect, the process of their notarization was flawed. The specific misalignment suggested that a single notary stamp, perhaps an authentic one being used illicitly, was consistently being applied slightly off-center. This tiny, overlooked detail, a single physical signature in a world of digital transactions, became Frank's undoing. Following the trail of this unique notary mark, Kim traced it back to a small, unassuming notary office in a strip mall just outside Vegas, an office owned by a relative of one of Frank's low-level associates. The notary, under interrogation, confessed to forging hundreds of documents for the fixer, meticulously following his instructions, but leaving behind that single, consistent tell. The raid on Frank, the fixer Moretti's office, uncovered no cash, no weapons, but boxes filled with thousands of these meticulously crafted, yet subtly flawed, loan agreements. As he was led away, the constant chime of the slot machines continued, oblivious to the silent collapse of the empire built on the fragile line between perceived wealth and crushing, invisible debt. And as the financial world grappled with the implications, many couldn't help but wonder, how many other meticulously crafted deceptions, built on exploiting human weakness, are undone by the most mundane, overlooked details? The afternoon sun, filtering through the Venetian blinds, cast long, striped shadows across the dusty ledger. It wasn't the kind of book you'd find in a typical accounting office. Its leather cover was worn smooth from years of handling, and its pages, filled with neat, precise entries, detailed transactions that would make any legitimate auditor blanch. This ledger, discovered behind a loose brick in the study of a quiet suburban home, hinted at an empire built not on concrete and steel, but on whispers and fear. Who would suspect a seemingly ordinary accountant, a man named Arthur Finch, of orchestrating such a formidable criminal enterprise, and what hidden details within these cryptic entries would eventually lead to his downfall? Arthur Finch was, to all outward appearances, the epitome of suburban normalcy. He drove a sensible sedan, mowed his own lawn every Saturday, and volunteered at the local library's annual book sale. Yet, beneath this veneer of quiet respectability, Arthur possessed a mind sharper than any blade, honed by years of intricate financial dealings. He wasn't a man of muscle or intimidation. His power lay in numbers, in the silent dance of assets and liabilities, and in understanding how to make illicit gains vanish into the legitimate economy like smoke into air. His criminal network didn't operate through street corners and dark alleys, but through shell corporations, offshore accounts, and a sophisticated web of legitimate-looking businesses, laundromats, small-town cinemas, even a chain of seemingly innocuous dry cleaners. His ascent began subtly in the late 1970s. You might recall stories of local businesses struggling to make ends meet, suddenly finding an unexpected lifeline, a low-interest loan, a generous investment. These benefactors were often front companies controlled by Arthur. He'd offer help, not with threats, but with a quiet understanding, a knowing glance that conveyed a deeper obligation. Once indebted, these businesses became conduits, unwitting or otherwise, for his operations. The laundromats, for example, were perfect for blending dirty cash with legitimate income, the sheer volume of small, untraceable transactions providing an ideal cover. It was a strategy of soft coercion, a silent tightening of the noose, where loyalty was bought with relief, and betrayal meant financial ruin, not physical harm. Arthur's network grew, extending its tendrils across state lines. His genius lay in his meticulousness. Every dollar, every transaction, every quiet agreement was recorded in ledgers like the one found, though most were never meant to see the light of day. These books were his true power, a detailed map of his shadow empire, outlining who owed what, who could be trusted, and who, with a little financial pressure, could be swayed. He cultivated a reputation for being utterly dependable, a man whose word, even in the illicit underworld, was as good as gold, precisely because he could back it up with a devastatingly accurate accounting of every debt and favor. The shift in pacing, the quiet hum of the air conditioner in the stuffy FBI office in the early 1990s, seemed to underscore the slow, painstaking nature of the investigation. Agent Lena Petrova had been handed the Finch file, almost as a joke, a financial whodunit with no bodies, no violence, just an inexplicable surge in cash flow through a seemingly benign dry cleaning chain. Petrova, however, had a knack for patterns, a quiet tenacity that saw beyond the surface. She began tracing the obscure loans, the curiously opportune investments, the sudden solvency of businesses that should have failed. It was like peeling an onion, layer by meticulous layer, each one revealing a sliver more of Arthur Finch's hidden design. The crucial moment arrived not with a bang, but with a barely audible click. A disgruntled former employee, dismissed by one of Arthur's mid-level managers for petty theft, sought revenge not through violence, but through information. He knew where Arthur kept some old books, hinting at their value with a nervous tremor in his voice. This lead, vague as it was enough. A search warrant, obtained through weeks of painstaking financial forensics, led agents to that quiet suburban home, to the study, and finally, to the loose brick behind the worn armchair. When the ledger was found, Arthur Finch was not surprised. He met the agents with a calm, almost serene expression. He knew the game was up. The meticulousness that had built his empire was also its undoing. The entries, precise and unambiguous, laid bare every illicit transaction, every front company, every quiet act of coercion. There was no escaping the cold, hard data he himself had so diligently recorded. He had left a breadcrumb trail, not for others to follow, but for himself to navigate, a testament to his own intricate genius. In the end, it was not an enemy's bullet or a rival's betrayal that brought Arthur Finch down, but the silent, unyielding testimony of his own hand, captured within the pages of a dusty, unassuming ledger. And as the story of the quiet accountant who built an empire of shadows unfolded, it left many wondering. How many other such meticulous minds were quietly operating just beneath the surface of everyday life? The old shipping docks of Marseille, even in the bustling mid-1980s, held a certain weary grandeur, their metal cranes silhouetted against the Mediterranean sky like skeletal giants. It was here, amidst the clatter of cargo and the salty tang of the sea, that Henri Dubois, known ironically as the seamstress, stitched together his illicit empire. His craft wasn't in fabrics, however, but in people's deepest, most guarded secrets. When a series of powerful, seemingly untouchable figures across France suddenly found their lives unraveling, their reputations shredded by anonymous leaks, many whispered of a ghost in the shadows. But who was truly pulling the threads, meticulously weaving blackmail into an unbreakable web of control, and what hidden flaw in Henry's intricate design would ultimately cause his carefully constructed tapestry to unravel? Henri Dubois was an unassuming figure. He owned a small, legitimate import-export business on the docks, dealing in textiles and spices. His hands, though, were far more adept at handling delicate pieces of information than bales of cotton. He wasn't a man who relied on brute force or overt threats. Instead, Henri specialized in listening, observing, and meticulously cataloging the indiscretions of the powerful and influential. His network wasn't composed of armed enforcers but of discreet informants. Disgruntled secretaries, disillusioned mistresses, corrupt hotel staff, and even a few weary journalists. These individuals, often paid meager sums for seemingly trivial gossip, were unknowingly feeding the loom of Henry's intricate blackmail scheme. His rise began with quiet precision. A city councilman caught in a minor financial impropriety would suddenly find a well-dressed man, Henri himself, sitting opposite him in a quiet cafe, calmly presenting an undeniable dossier. The demand was never money directly, but rather a favor. A zoning permit approved, a rival's customs clearance delayed, a key piece of legislation quietly influenced. This method, far more insidious than simple extortion, built Henri a silent army of compromised individuals, each indebted and subtly controlled. The targets, fearing public humiliation and ruin, almost always complied. You could see the subtle shift in their demeanor around town, a new guardedness, a faint shadow of fear in their eyes. Henry's genius lay in his understanding of human weakness and the power of reputation. He knew that for many in positions of authority, the exposure of a secret, an affair, a hidden financial dealing, a past mistake, was far more devastating than any physical threat. He didn't need to brandish a weapon. The threat of a well-placed anonymous tip to a newspaper or a carefully timed delivery of sensitive documents to a prosecutor's office was enough. His empire was one of quiet leverage, of whispered commands, and of a chilling certainty that everyone had something to hide, and he would find it. The subtle shifts in Henry's operation were almost imperceptible, a slow tightening of the threads. As his influence grew, his targets became more prominent. High-ranking government officials, wealthy industrialists, even a prominent judge. The demands grew more significant, the favors more daring. The pattern was always the same. A meticulous investigation, the quiet gathering of irrefutable evidence, and then the calm, unyielding presentation of the dilemma. The more powerful the target, the more leverage Henri gained, creating a seemingly unbreakable chain of influence that stretched from the docks of Marseille to the corridors of power in Paris. The moment of unraveling, however, came not from a heroic police raid or a dramatic double-cross, but from a flicker of unexpected humanity. One of Henry's informants, a young, desperate woman named Sylvie who worked as a housekeeper for a prominent banker, provided a crucial piece of information about her employer's illicit offshore accounts. Henri used it, as he always did, to bend the banker to his will. But Sylvie, burdened by guilt and despair, and fearing for her own safety, made a desperate call to a local journalist. Not about the banker, but about the seamstress himself. She spoke vaguely of a man who knows too much, a man who weaves secrets. The journalist, intrigued by the cryptic tip, dismissed it as paranoia at first. But when a seemingly unrelated incident, a minor dockworker dispute, was unexpectedly smoothed over by a high-ranking official known for his rigid stance, the journalist's antennae went up. He began to connect seemingly disparate events, noticing a common thread: the unexpected compliance of powerful figures. He couldn't prove anything, but the pattern was undeniable. He didn't expose Henry's network directly. Instead, he wrote a series of highly speculative, thinly veiled articles about shadow figures manipulating power from behind the scenes. These articles, though lacking specific names, created an atmosphere of paranoia among Henry's compromised contacts. One by one, fearing exposure from both the journalist and Henri, they began to quietly, carefully offer their own, carefully leaked tidbits to the authorities, not about their own indiscretions, but about the shadowy figure who held them captive. A whispered name here, a vague location there, until slowly, painstakingly, the threads began to lead back to the quiet import-export business on the Marseille docks. The police, finally having enough fragmented pieces, raided Henry's office, not finding guns or drugs, but a meticulously organized archive of secrets, the very core of his power. As the officers sifted through the countless folders, each labeled with a prominent name and a cryptic code, one couldn't help but wonder: how many lives had been silently dictated, how many fates secretly manipulated by the chilling efficiency of the seamstress. The clatter of poker chips in the smoke-filled backroom of the Lucky Dime casino in Atlantic City, circa 1970, was often punctuated by the low, steady voice of Benny, the book's Giordano. He wasn't the kind of man to shout or threaten. His power lay in his unparalleled ability to fix games, not through outright cheating at the table, but by subtly corrupting the very systems designed to ensure fairness. When a seemingly random string of professional gamblers, always known for their meticulous play, started experiencing inexplicable, catastrophic losing streaks, the whispered question began to circulate. Was Benny merely lucky, or was he orchestrating a grander, more insidious scheme to turn probability into pure profit? And what hidden variable in his complex equations would ultimately expose his intricate deceit? Benny Giordano was a mathematician in a world of brutes. He had a natural aptitude for statistics, for understanding the subtle ebb and flow of chance, and for identifying the vulnerabilities in any system. He was brought into the Santoro crime family not for his brawn, but for his brain, tasked with maximizing the illicit profits from their numerous casinos. His office, a stark, functional space behind the glitz and glamour of the main casino floor was filled not with weapons, but with probability charts, complex algorithms, and detailed schematics of slot machines and roulette wheels. He understood that true control lay not in intimidating players, but in manipulating the odds themselves, in making the inevitable seem like pure, unadulterated luck. His methods were as subtle as they were devastating. Benny rarely tampered directly with the physical machines. Instead, he corrupted the people who managed them. He'd identify low-level technicians, maintenance staff, or even pit bosses with hidden debts or secret vices, then apply gentle, almost imperceptible pressure. A debt quietly paid, a secret subtly alluded to. These individuals, compromised and grateful, would then implement minor, almost untraceable adjustments. A slot machine's payout percentage slightly lowered, but only for certain players or after a specific number of plays. A roulette wheel that, over thousands of spins, favored certain numbers by the slightest fraction of a degree. These weren't overt cheats. They were statistical nudges, small deviations that, over time, guaranteed a massive swing in the casino's favor. Benny also perfected the art of player profiling. He'd study the habits of high rollers, tracking their betting patterns, their preferred games, even their emotional tells. This data, fed into his complex calculations, allowed him to predict when a particular adjustment would yield the greatest return with the least suspicion. He wasn't just fixing games. He was fixing fates, guiding players towards their financial doom with a precision that seemed almost supernatural. You could often see the growing desperation in the eyes of a high roller as they emptied their pockets, swearing the odds were just off. Unable to pinpoint why, the atmosphere in the Lucky Dime became one of almost supernatural success for the house. The Santoro family's profits soared, exceeding even their most optimistic projections. Other crime families, baffled by the Santoros' consistent good fortune, began to seek Benny's counsel, paying exorbitant fees for his strategic insights. Benny, ever the calm, unassuming technician, simply provided his analyses, his reputation as the books growing with every guaranteed win. He projected an air of quiet confidence, a man who understood the universe's chaotic dance and had found a way to bend it to his will. The unraveling began not with a disgruntled employee, but with a highly specialized and deeply suspicious form of reverse engineering. A consortium of frustrated professional gamblers, after suffering repeated, inexplicable losses at the Lucky Dime, pooled their resources and hired a brilliant, obsessive mathematician named Dr. Evelyn Reed. Evelyn wasn't interested in traditional police work. She was interested in pure probability. She brought in a team of statisticians and, disguised as ordinary patrons, spent weeks meticulously recording thousands of hours of gameplay data from the Lucky Dime, and, crucially, from other rival casinos. Her breakthrough came when comparing the data. While all casinos had a house edge, the Lucky Dime exhibited tiny, almost undetectable, statistical anomalies in its payout patterns. Anomalies that couldn't be explained by random chance alone. It was like looking at a series of coin flips and noticing that, over 1 million flips, heads appeared 50.001% of the time, rather than the expected 50%. This microscopic deviation, when extrapolated over millions of dollars and thousands of players, pointed to deliberate systemic manipulation. The hidden variable in Benny's equation wasn't an external factor. It was his own sophisticated manipulation embedded within the probabilities. Evelyn's meticulous report, filled with arcane statistical proofs and irrefutable data, landed on the desk of a federal agent who had been fruitlessly investigating the Santoro family for years. The agent, initially skeptical of a purely mathematical case, was convinced by the sheer precision of Evelyn's findings. It wasn't about catching a specific cheat in action, but about demonstrating a pattern of impossible odds. Armed with this statistical evidence, the authorities obtained a sweeping warrant for the Lucky Dime, not to raid the main floor, but to meticulously examine every slot machine, every roulette wheel, every computer system, and crucially, every employee record. The technical adjustments Benny had overseen, minute as they were, left digital footprints, and the compromised employees, under intense interrogation, eventually confessed to the subtle manipulations. Benny the Book's Giordano, who had built an empire on making the impossible seem inevitable, found his sophisticated web of probabilities undone by the relentless logic of an even sharper mind. As he was led away, the casino floor was unusually quiet, and many patrons couldn't help but wonder if, in the world of chance, there was ever truly such a thing as luck. In the hushed, gilded halls of Milan's most exclusive hotel, the Grand Paradiso, where whispered secrets were exchanged more freely than currency, a single, unassuming concierge held the keys to the city's most volatile fortunes and its darkest pasts. Yet his name was never spoken in connection with the power he wielded. How did a man whose official title was merely head concierge come to orchestrate the rise and fall of industrial empires and political careers? And what subtle flaw in his seemingly impenetrable web of influence ultimately exposed his quiet tyranny? Antonio the concierge Rossi was a fixture at the Grand Paradiso. For 3 decades, he had moved through its opulent lobby and discreet private suites with the quiet efficiency of a shadow. He was always impeccably dressed, his silver hair neatly combed, his smile a polite, knowing curve. Guests seeking impossible reservations, discreet services, or simply advice on the finest opera houses inevitably found their way to Antonio. He was a master of anticipating needs, of providing solutions before a problem was fully articulated. But Antonio's true genius lay not in service, but in collection. He understood that in the high-stakes world of Milanese power, information was the ultimate currency, and the Grand Paradiso, with its constant flow of industrialists, politicians, and socialites, was a rich, fertile ground. His operation was one of meticulous, almost artistic surveillance. Every member of his concierge team was an extension of his senses, trained to observe, to listen, and to recall. They noted the nervous glances exchanged, the hushed phone calls, the unusual visitors, the late-night departures, the subtle tension in a couple's demeanor. Antonio himself possessed an uncanny ability to connect these seemingly disparate fragments. A half-eaten breakfast in a certain suite, combined with an overheard snippet of conversation in the lounge and a sudden shift in a politician's public stance, could paint a devastatingly clear picture of a hidden affair or a precarious business deal. He stored these fragments not in a digital database, but in the labyrinthine corridors of his own mind, occasionally noting crucial details in a small, leather-bound book kept meticulously coded in his desk. The leverage he accumulated was never overtly wielded. Antonio did not threaten. Instead, he made quiet suggestions. A struggling industrialist, perhaps facing a crippling debt, might receive an unexpected loan from an anonymous source Antonio had quietly brokered, the unspoken cost being a future favor, a vote cast a certain way, or a contract steered in a particular direction. A politician caught in a compromising situation might find Antonio subtly advising them on how to manage the crisis, guiding them towards actions that, while resolving their immediate problem, ultimately served Antonio's unseen agenda. It was a sophisticated form of blackmail, cloaked in professional courtesy and a reputation for unparalleled discretion. You would never suspect, as you saw him guiding a foreign dignitary to a waiting limousine, that this man held the power to ruin the dignitary's career with a single anonymous phone call. His quiet influence permeated the city's fabric, unseen but profoundly felt. For years, Antonio's empire remained unchallenged. The individuals he controlled were too compromised, too fearful of exposure to speak out. The very nature of his power, built on quiet secrets and deniable transactions, made it impossible for traditional law enforcement to grasp. He was untouchable because there was no crime being overtly committed, only an intricate dance of favors and hidden obligations. The first crack in Antonio's carefully constructed world emerged not from a grand investigation, but from the quiet idealism of a young woman. Isabella Marino, a newly assigned junior journalist for a small investigative newspaper, had a particular fascination with the hidden currents that shaped Milan. She wasn't interested in the splashy headlines, but the underlying mechanisms of power. Isabella began to notice a recurring pattern: several high-profile bankruptcies, sudden corporate takeovers, and inexplicable political resignations all seemed to involve individuals who had, at some critical juncture, been guests at the Grand Paradiso. It was a statistical anomaly, too consistent to ignore. She started building a timeline, cross-referencing public records with what little gossip she could glean about the hotel's exclusive clientele. Isabella wasn't looking for a crime in the conventional sense. She was looking for a pattern of influence. Her breakthrough came when she discovered that a series of seemingly independent financial rescues, loans that appeared out of nowhere to save teetering companies, all originated from a single obscure charitable foundation whose board members frequently stayed at the Grand Paradiso. She began to suspect that the hotel was not just a venue for power, but a nexus for its manipulation. The critical piece of the puzzle fell into place when she interviewed a recently retired, disillusioned former hotel employee, a laundress named Maria, who, out of a quiet sense of civic duty, mentioned Antonio's unusual interest in left-behind items, particularly diaries or notebooks, and his uncanny ability to retrieve them long after they were presumably disposed of. The end for Antonio Rossi was as discreet as his power had been. Isabella, with the help of a cautious, ethically minded prosecutor she had finally convinced, compiled a comprehensive report. It detailed not specific crimes, but the demonstrable pattern of manipulation, the flow of influence, and the sheer improbability of so many unrelated powerful figures becoming inextricably linked by their stays at the Grand Paradiso and their subsequent, convenient solutions to crises. When the authorities quietly arrived at the hotel one Tuesday morning, Antonio was behind his desk, just as always. They presented him not with an arrest warrant, but with a meticulously detailed financial and relational diagram, illustrating the full extent of his quiet empire. He looked at it for a long moment, a faint, almost imperceptible nod. His world, built on the invisible threads of secrets and leverage, had finally been unraveled, not by a violent confrontation, but by the quiet, methodical pursuit of patterns and truth. The Grand Paradiso continued its grand existence, but the silent power behind its gilded doors had finally been acknowledged, and quietly, irrevocably, dismantled. Hushed galleries of the world's most prestigious art institutions, Dr. Eleanor Vance was a celebrated visionary, a curator whose uncanny ability to unearth lost masterpieces and authenticate enigmatic works single-handedly reshaped art history. Yet her personal collection remained surprisingly modest. How did a woman whose life was dedicated to preserving beauty quietly manipulate the very narrative of art? And what almost imperceptible signature, a unique chemical whisper on the canvas, eventually betrayed her meticulously crafted deception? Dr. Eleanor Vance was an icon in the rarefied world of high art. Her pronouncements on authenticity were considered gospel, her eye for overlooked genius legendary. With her silver-streaked hair elegantly pulled back and her thoughtful, measured pronouncements, she commanded respect in every auction house and museum. She had a particular talent for discovering neglected works in dusty private collections or attributing previously anonymous paintings to master hands, sending their market value soaring. To the public, she was a cultural benefactor, a tireless champion of forgotten beauty. But Eleanor Vance, beneath her veneer of scholarly passion, was a master manipulator of provenance and perception, orchestrating a silent commerce built on controlled information and carefully manufactured scarcity. Her method was an intricate dance of subtle influence and meticulously controlled revelations. She didn't forge paintings herself. Instead, she sought out high-quality imitations or genuinely old, but unremarkable works. Then, through a carefully orchestrated series of whispers and strategically leaked research, she would gently guide the art world's attention towards them. She had a network of complicit, or often unwitting, restorers, art historians, and minor auctioneers. A restorer might be tasked with a routine cleaning that coincidentally highlighted a previously unnoticed detail that supported a particular attribution. An art historian might be subtly steered towards a new line of research that inadvertently bolstered the provenance of a piece Eleanor was preparing to discover. Her greatest trick was her ability to subtly discredit genuinely important but undervalued works that competed with her chosen pieces, using nuanced academic critiques that eroded confidence and shifted market interest. The financial gains from these manipulated market shifts flowed through layers of shell corporations and blind trusts, disguised as legitimate art investments or consultancy fees, ensuring her hands remained clean. Eleanor's power was absolute and unchallenged for decades. Her discoveries were too numerous, too beneficial to the art market, and too convincingly presented by her network of experts to be questioned. Any dissenting voices were subtly marginalized, their research dismissed as amateurish or poorly sourced. She lectured at prestigious universities, sat on influential acquisition boards, and her biography was lauded in every major art publication. You might have seen her at a private viewing, her head tilted, observing a painting with an intensity that suggested profound connection, entirely unaware that this was the very piece whose value she was meticulously engineering. The first faint tremor in Eleanor's meticulously curated world came not from a disgruntled artist or a suspicious collector, but from an unexpected source. Dr. Kenji Tanaka, a quiet, brilliant forensic art chemist from Tokyo. Kenji was developing new non-invasive techniques for analyzing the precise chemical composition of historical pigments and binders, specifically looking for unique, aging signatures that could determine a painting's true age and environmental history. His research was purely academic, focused on preservation rather than authentication. He started noticing a peculiar, statistically improbable consistency across several paintings that Eleanor Vance had recently discovered or reattributed. These works, spanning different historical periods and supposed geographic origins, shared a common, faint chemical patina, a specific blend of trace elements and organic compounds that, according to his models, shouldn't be present across such disparate pieces. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible, unnatural aging signature. Kenji's investigation wasn't driven by suspicion of fraud, but by scientific anomaly. The recurring chemical signature didn't align with natural aging processes for those periods or regions. It suggested a highly specific, perhaps proprietary, chemical treatment designed to accelerate or mimic certain aging effects. His breakthrough came when he cross-referenced his chemical data with obscure patents for conservation techniques and a highly specialized, limited-production synthetic varnish. He discovered that the specific chemical blend he was finding was identical to a unique, modern varnish developed in the 1980s by a small, boutique conservation lab that, curiously, Eleanor Vance had quietly funded in its early stages and where many of her preferred restorers had trained. The unseen brushstroke was not artistic, but chemical, a telltale mark of her manipulations. When the International Art Fraud Unit, guided by Kenji's irrefutable scientific evidence, finally approached Eleanor Vance, she was giving a masterclass on Renaissance portraiture. There was no dramatic raid, no public outcry. Instead, two quiet Interpol agents and Dr. Tanaka himself arrived at her study. She offered them tea, her composure unruffled. They didn't shout accusations. They simply laid out Kenji's forensic reports, chromatograms showing the unique chemical fingerprint, mass spectrometry analyses proving the anachronistic compounds, and the undeniable link to the specialized varnish and the lab she had funded. Eleanor looked at the data, her gaze steady, a faint, almost imperceptible nod of recognition. Her world, built on the illusion of historical revelation and the quiet manipulation of truth, had finally been unraveled, not by a single act of betrayal, but by the cold, unyielding precision of science, revealing the hidden signature within the very beauty she claimed to preserve. Compassionate heart of Seattle, where the tech boom cast long shadows over the city's growing homeless population, Arthur the benefactor Croft was a revered figure. His charity, Hope's Embrace, built an empire of goodwill, providing food, shelter, and job training with remarkable efficiency. Yet Arthur himself remained modestly wealthy, never ostentatiously so. How did a man whose life was dedicated to alleviating suffering quietly cultivate a vast network of personal influence and hidden profit from the very desperation he claimed to serve? And what almost statistical whisper, a flaw born from an obsession with perfect humanitarian efficiency, eventually unmasked his profound deception? Arthur Croft was the embodiment of modern philanthropy. His public appearances were characterized by earnest speeches, quiet humility, and compelling statistics about the lives Hope's Embrace had transformed. He had a gentle, unassuming demeanor, his eyes reflecting a deep empathy for the downtrodden. He launched innovative programs, secured massive corporate donations, and built a reputation for unprecedented efficiency, ensuring that nearly every dollar donated went directly to aid. To the public, he was a saint, a tireless champion of the vulnerable. But Arthur Croft, beneath his polished altruism, saw human suffering as a unique resource, a means to cultivate an invisible web of favors, information, and quiet financial gain. He wasn't overtly stealing. He was harvesting influence and channeling funds through a labyrinth of seemingly legitimate, interconnected entities. His method was a masterpiece of benevolent control. When individuals or small businesses, facing ruin, sought help from Hope's Embrace, Arthur would not just offer a handout. He would provide a holistic solution, perhaps a significant loan disguised as a startup grant for a struggling entrepreneur, or a rental assistance package that subtly involved using a property owned by one of Arthur's shell corporations. The repayment terms for these grants were often structured to be perpetually just out of reach, ensuring a quiet, ongoing indebtedness. For grateful beneficiaries who found stability through Hope's Embrace, a subtle request might follow, a volunteer position that involved discreetly collecting sensitive information, or a favor to quietly influence a local community board vote, or even to steer a city contract towards a specific, preferred vendor. The leverage was never explicit. It was built on gratitude, quiet dependence, and the unspoken fear of losing the support that had pulled them from the brink. The true financial gains for Arthur flowed not from outright theft, but from inflated service contracts. Hope's Embrace would outsource services, catering for soup kitchens, security for shelters, vocational training materials, to a network of seemingly independent companies that were, in fact, quietly controlled by Arthur through layers of holding companies and dummy directors. These companies would charge significantly above market rates, siphoning off millions from donated funds. Yet the services themselves were always delivered, ensuring no obvious breach of trust. The money then returned to Arthur as management fees or investment returns, laundered through diverse portfolios. His personal life remained comfortably modest, his public persona meticulously maintained, further reinforcing the image of a selfless leader. For years, Arthur's system was impregnable. Who would audit a charity built on such universal goodwill? The sheer volume of transactions and the complexity of the nonprofit financial landscape, coupled with Arthur's unblemished reputation, shielded him from scrutiny. Any questions about costs were met with compelling, data-driven presentations on efficiency maximization and Innovative resource allocation. The first faint tremor in Arthur's meticulously constructed world came not from a disgruntled beneficiary or an investigative journalist, but from an unexpected source. A young, idealistic data scientist named Dr. Clarasone, who had volunteered her time to help Hope's Embrace optimize their outreach programs. Clara was obsessed with the nuances of statistical reporting and the messy reality of human behavior. She began to notice a peculiar, almost unnatural smoothness in Hope's Embrace's internal financial reports and impact statistics. The numbers for overhead costs and percentage of funds directly to aid were consistently impeccably perfect, always hitting their targets with almost no variance month after month, year after year. This was statistically improbable for any large-scale, real-world charity, which should experience natural fluctuations, unexpected costs, and unpredictable human variables. It was as if the data had been too well managed, too perfectly aligned with the public image. Clara's investigation was a quiet, academic pursuit of anomaly. She applied advanced statistical models to Hope's Embrace's financial data, comparing its variances and distributions to those of other large charities. Her algorithms flagged consistent minute rounding patterns in expenses, particularly in the categories related to external service providers, and an uncanny absence of the usual financial noise or outliers that characterize legitimate, complex operations. Her breakthrough came when she identified a unique, almost imperceptible commonality in the metadata of the invoices from these external providers, a specific, repeated, and non-standard serial number format that linked them all to a single, unlisted software system, which in turn was registered to a small, private accounting firm that had no other apparent clients. The statistical whisper was the digital fingerprint of Arthur's obsession with presenting a perfect, unassailable financial picture. When federal investigators, armed with Clara's irrefutable statistical and digital forensics, finally approached Arthur Croft, he was addressing a room full of donors, passionately advocating for increased funding for his programs. There was no dramatic confrontation, no public spectacle. Instead, 2 U.S. attorneys and Dr. Sohn herself quietly waited for him in his office. He greeted them with his customary calm, offering them coffee. They didn't shout accusations. They simply laid out the evidence. A series of intricate charts illustrating the statistically impossible consistency of his financial reports, the unique digital signature linking his various service providers, and the undeniable flow of funds to his hidden entities. Arthur looked at the data, his expression slowly shifting from composed confidence to a quiet, profound realization. His world, built on the illusion of perfect philanthropy and the silent leverage of human need, had finally been unraveled, not by a single act of overt fraud, but by the relentless pursuit of an unseen truth, exposed by the very perfection he had so meticulously cultivated. The faded photograph, tucked into an old police file, showed a stern-faced man in a tailored suit, his gaze piercing. It was Alastair Finch, known as the Curator, a man who orchestrated the theft of priceless art and artifacts not for their monetary value alone, but for the intricate intellectual challenge they presented. His targets weren't banks or armored cars, but the supposedly impregnable vaults of European museums and private collections. When an unprecedented wave of high-profile art disappearances swept across the continent in the early 1990s, leaving no trace but a faint scent of cynicism, many wondered how a single individual could consistently outsmart the most sophisticated security systems. But what subtle flaw in Alastair's carefully constructed illusions would ultimately lead to his downfall, and what peculiar motivation drove him beyond mere profit? Alastair Finch was a ghost in the world of high art, a connoisseur with an illicit passion. He wasn't a brutish thief. He was an artist of infiltration. His canvas the security protocols of the world's most revered institutions. His background was as elusive as the shadows he worked within. Rumors spoke of a discarded academic career, a disgraced historian, a brilliant mind twisted by a sense of intellectual superiority. He never touched a piece himself, preferring to orchestrate from a distance. His network consisted of specialists, ex-military infiltrators, master forgers, digital experts capable of creating phantom security breaches, and even a few disillusioned museum conservators with intimate knowledge of a building's weaknesses. His modus operandi was a silent ballet of misdirection and psychological manipulation. He didn't smash display cases. He manipulated the environment around them. Imagine a museum's new, state-of-the-art security system being installed. Alistair would subtly introduce a flaw, a tiny glitch in the software, a seemingly insignificant blind spot in the camera feed days or even weeks before the actual heist. He'd create a carefully crafted decoy event, a false alarm at a different wing of the museum, a minor distraction at a nearby cultural event, drawing attention away from his true target. The goal wasn't just to steal the art, but to prove that he could, that no system was truly impregnable, that he understood the art of security better than its designers. Alistair's motivations were complex, far beyond simple financial gain. While he certainly profited immensely, his true pleasure lay in the intellectual triumph, in the meticulous planning and flawless execution of a theft that baffled the experts. He often chose pieces with historical significance, items that presented a unique challenge in terms of their protection or their public profile. He viewed himself as a collector of impossible feats, a curator of the uncatchable. You could sense his almost palpable satisfaction in the detailed, anonymous manifestos he sometimes leaked to select art critics after a particularly audacious theft, describing the elegance of the breach, subtly mocking the perceived invincibility of the institutions. The atmosphere around Interpol's Art Crime Division became one of increasing frustration and bewildered awe. Agent Isabel Moreau, a sharp, methodical investigator, was assigned to the Ghost Thief case. She noticed a pattern not in how the art was stolen, but in the types of pieces targeted, always high value, culturally significant, and often recently acquired or undergoing special exhibition. More importantly, she noticed the uncanny absence of physical evidence. It was as if the art simply vanished. This led her to a crucial realization. The perpetrator wasn't a conventional thief. He was a master of illusion, making things seem to disappear when in fact, they had been carefully, almost surgically, removed. The subtle flaw in Alistair's grand design emerged from his own intellectual arrogance. After a particularly challenging heist, the retrieval of a rare Byzantine icon from a heavily fortified private collection in Switzerland, Alistair sent his usual anonymous taunting note to a renowned art historian. This time, however, he included a tiny, almost microscopic detail about the icon's unique restoration history, a detail so obscure that only a handful of genuine experts would know it. He intended it as a final flourish of intellectual superiority. The historian, an elderly, meticulous scholar, recognized the detail immediately. It wasn't just knowledge. It was a specific, almost pedantic interpretation of that detail that matched the work of a student he had once taught. A student who had disappeared years ago after a scandal involving academic plagiarism. Alistair Finch. The scholar, disturbed by the implication, quietly relayed this information to Agent Moreau. It wasn't a direct link, but it was a crucial starting point. Moreau began to investigate Finch's past, tracing his academic records, his intellectual interests, and the specific historical periods and artistic movements he had specialized in. This granular focus, this shift from "how was it stolen?" to "who would know this much?" slowly unraveled Alistair's web. The intellectual challenges he sought, and the specific obscure knowledge he used to highlight his triumphs, provided the unique fingerprint needed to identify him. The raid on his quiet London flat, far from any overt display of wealth, revealed not the stolen art, which he had already meticulously fenced through untraceable channels, but his true treasure, an extensive cross-referenced library of art history, security manuals, and meticulously detailed plans for future heists, each a testament to his chilling genius. As Alistair was led away, he offered a small, almost imperceptible smile. He had been caught, yes, but only because he had revealed too much of his own intellectual artistry. And as the international art world breathed a collective sigh of relief, many couldn't help but wonder if the curator had merely retired, or if he was already planning his next, even more audacious exhibition from behind bars. In the heart of bustling Amsterdam, during the late 1990s, a seemingly legitimate import-export business dealing in high-end textiles quietly funneled millions in illicit narcotics across continents. Yet its charming, sophisticated owner, Elias Vandenberg, was known only for his impeccable taste and philanthropic ventures. How did a man so publicly admired manage to orchestrate one of Europe's most extensive drug smuggling operations, cloaked in the elegance of fine fabrics, and what almost poetic misstep, a flaw in the very beauty he professed to love, eventually exposed his elaborate deception? Elias Vandenberg was the epitome of Amsterdam chic. His company, Vandenberg Silks, occupied a magnificent canal-side townhouse, its windows displaying exquisite bolts of silk, fine linens, and rare tapestries from Asia and the Middle East. Elias himself was a patron of the arts, a frequent guest at gallery openings, and a generous donor to local charities. He was known for his discerning eye, his impeccable manners, and his fluency in several languages. He cultivated an image of refined success, a testament to legitimate enterprise. But beneath the shimmering surface of the silk trade lay a darker, far more profitable venture: the systematic high-volume smuggling of heroin from Central Asia into Europe, using the vast, intricate network of his textile import routes as an impenetrable cover. His method was both elegant and brutal in its simplicity. The narcotics were expertly woven into the very fabric of the textiles themselves, or carefully concealed within the dense bales of raw silk. The immense volume of legitimate fabric passing through customs, hundreds of thousands of meters of cloth, provided the perfect camouflage for the relatively small, yet highly valuable drug consignments. He meticulously researched customs procedures, port efficiencies, and shipping container inspection rates, always adapting his routes and concealment methods to exploit the weakest points. His contacts in Central Asia were not hardened criminals, but seemingly legitimate suppliers of raw materials, individuals who understood the language of special requests and expedited handling. The money was laundered through the textile business itself, appearing as inflated profits from the sale of luxurious fabrics, or through a network of shell companies in offshore jurisdictions designed to blend seamlessly into the global flow of legitimate trade. Elias oversaw every detail with the precision of a master weaver. He personally inspected certain special shipments, ensuring the concealment was flawless. He maintained impeccable relationships with customs officials, often through legitimate means like providing insightful market data or hosting exclusive cultural events, subtly building a web of goodwill that deterred closer scrutiny. He lived a life of quiet luxury, his canal house filled with rare books and antique furniture, never overtly flaunting the true source of his wealth. You might have seen him in a high-end restaurant, discussing a new art exhibition, entirely unaware that the man across the room was orchestrating a silent epidemic, concealed within threads of silk. For years, the operation flourished, a phantom limb of the European drug trade. Law enforcement agencies were aware of a growing influx of high-quality heroin, but the usual suspects and traditional routes seemed insufficient to explain the volume. The idea that a respected, high-end textile importer could be the source seemed almost ludicrous. Investigations often focused on container ships and known drug syndicates, while Elias's shipments, neatly documented as luxury textiles, passed through unmolested. The first subtle tremor in Elias's meticulously woven empire came from an unexpected quarter: a new generation of forensic textile analysts. Dr. Anja Peterson, a Dutch chemist specializing in fabric composition and dye analysis, was working on a project for a major fashion house, trying to authenticate the origins of antique fabrics. She noticed a peculiar, almost imperceptible inconsistency in the weave of certain vintage silk shipments originating from a specific region in Central Asia, all imported through Vandenberg silks. The inconsistency wasn't a flaw, it was a signature, a microscopic deviation in thread count and tension that, while not affecting the fabric's appearance, suggested a secondary, non-standard processing step. It was a deviation that, to her trained eye, simply didn't fit with the stated historical origins or typical manufacturing processes of legitimate silk production. Dr. Peterson, driven by scientific curiosity, ran more detailed analyses. She discovered minute traces of unfamiliar chemical residues embedded within the fibers of these otherwise pristine silks, compounds completely unrelated to legitimate textile production. These traces were so faint, so deeply integrated, they would have been overlooked by any standard customs inspection. The poetic misstep was that the very method of drug concealment, the weaving into the fabric, left a subtle, almost invisible forensic signature that only the latest scientific techniques could detect. Her meticulous research, devoid of any prior suspicion, began to build a compelling case for an illicit process integrated into the manufacturing of these specific textiles. The quiet, scientific data led authorities directly to Elias Vandenberg. When a team of Dutch financial crime investigators, accompanied by Dr. Peterson, arrived at Vandenberg Silks, Elias was in his showroom, admiring a bolt of shimmering indigo silk. There was no dramatic raid, no flashing lights. They simply presented him with Dr. Peterson's detailed forensic report. Microscopic images of altered thread patterns, precise chemical analyses of illicit residues, and a compelling statistical breakdown of the suspicious shipments. The elegance of his operation had become its undoing. Elias, confronted with the irrefutable scientific proof embedded within the very beauty he used as his shield, saw his carefully constructed world unravel, not through betrayal or violence, but through the cold, unyielding precision of modern science. The silken threads, once his camouflage, became the undeniable evidence of his quiet reign as the shadow baron of the drug trade. They say the most dangerous men are often the quietest, the ones who observe more than they speak. For decades, Vincenzo the Whisper Rossi was the embodiment of this adage, a man whose counsel was sought by every capo, whose presence was a silent guarantor of stability within the sprawling Moretti family. But when a rival organization, seemingly impenetrable, suddenly crumbled, their weaknesses exploited with surgical precision, many began to wonder. Was Vincenzo truly the loyal shadow he appeared to be, or did his silent loyalty serve a deeper, more calculated agenda, one that might even sacrifice his own chieftain? Vincenzo had risen through the ranks not by pulling triggers or strong-arming debtors, but through the astute application of intellect. He was the strategist, the quiet problem solver, the one who could untangle a knot of rivalries or defuse a brewing turf war with a few carefully chosen words. His office, a modest affair above a bakery in Naples in the 1960s, was always immaculate, its air thick with the scent of fresh bread and simmering espresso, a stark contrast to the volatile world he navigated. He possessed an uncanny ability to read people, to anticipate their moves, and to identify the subtle fissures within any alliance. The old Don, Pietro Moretti, had trusted Vincenzo implicitly, seeing in him a reflection of his own steady hand, a guarantor of the family's future. But the future, as always, arrived with changes. When Don Pietro passed, his son, Marcello Moretti, inherited the mantle. Marcello was a man of flash and temper, impatient with the old ways, eager to expand the family's influence through aggressive, often reckless, means. He favored grand gestures over quiet negotiations, direct confrontation over subtle manipulation. You could almost feel the tension in the air during family meetings as Marcello, full of bluster, would disregard Vincenzo's calm warnings against overreach. Vincenzo, ever the picture of unwavering loyalty, would simply nod, a slight downturn to his lips, and then meticulously implement the Don's ill-advised directives, ensuring every detail was accounted for, every risk understood, even if unheeded. It was this meticulousness that became Marcello's unwitting undoing. Vincenzo would meticulously carry out Marcello's impulsive orders, but he would also, with almost imperceptible deliberation, fail to mitigate the inevitable consequences of those orders. When Marcello decided to muscle in on a lucrative port operation traditionally controlled by the powerful Bellini family, Vincenzo prepared the groundwork perfectly, securing the necessary local contacts and legal fronts. Yet, a crucial piece of intelligence, a minor, almost insignificant detail about the Bellini's true vulnerability, which only Vincenzo knew, was never explicitly brought to Marcello's urgent attention. It wasn't withheld. It simply wasn't highlighted, buried deep within a stack of less relevant reports. The Bellini conflict escalated, costing the Moretti family significant resources and attracting unwanted police scrutiny. Marcello, frustrated, blamed his lieutenants, unaware that the seeds of his struggles had been quietly nurtured by the very man he trusted most. The atmosphere in the family shifted. Whispers of Marcello's incompetence grew louder. Vincenzo remained stoic, a pillar of support, offering counsel as the family faltered, gently guiding Marcello towards increasingly desperate and ultimately fatal decisions. He'd suggest audacious schemes, knowing they were long shots, but framing them as the only way out. The unraveling came swiftly. A botched drug shipment, a direct result of Marcello's insistence on cutting corners against Vincenzo's implied, but not forceful, advice, led to mass arrests. Federal authorities, who had been building a case for years, saw their opening. Marcello was caught in the dragnet, exposed and isolated, his network crippled. Vincenzo, miraculously, remained untouched, having subtly distanced himself from the direct orchestration of the most compromising operations. He became the interim leader, the steady hand guiding the shattered remnants of the Moretti family back from the brink. His reputation for unflappable calm only enhanced. It was years later, in the quiet, reflective aftermath of Marcello's incarceration and the Moretti family's subsequent decline into a shadow of its former self, that a retired detective, poring over old case files, noticed a chilling pattern. Every one of Marcello's major strategic blunders had been preceded by a seemingly innocuous, almost clerical oversight, or a piece of crucial, timely information that had, by sheer coincidence, arrived just a little too late, or was presented in a way that ensured it would be overlooked by the impetuous Don. It wasn't malice or overt sabotage, but a chillingly precise, almost artistic form of strategic inaction. He realized that Vincenzo's loyalty wasn't to any individual, but to the institution itself, and when an individual threatened that institution, Vincenzo became the quiet, unseen arbiter of fate. How many others, the detective mused, might have found their downfall orchestrated by the very hand they implicitly trusted, not with a bang, but with a silent, calculated whisper. The official manifests from the bustling port of Marseille in the 1960s always told a neat story of legal trade and regulated commerce. But beneath the surface, every crate, every barrel, every incoming ship paid an unspoken tariff to one man, a quiet, almost scholarly figure known only as Le Professeur. How did this unassuming man establish such an iron grip on the lifeblood of a major European city? And what tiny ripple eventually capsized his carefully constructed empire? Henri Dubois, Le Professeur. was not the typical image of a criminal kingpin. He wore spectacles, favored tweed jackets, and spoke with the measured cadence of an academic. His office, overlooking the vast expanse of the docks, was more library than lair, filled with maps, shipping schedules, and the faint scent of pipe tobacco. Yet, from this quiet sanctum, he orchestrated a system of control so pervasive, so deeply woven into the fabric of Marseille's maritime economy, that few even realized they were caught in its web until it was too late. His rise began in the chaotic post-war years, when supply chains were fractured and regulations were fluid. Henri, then a minor customs official with a remarkable memory for detail and an uncanny ability to spot inefficiencies, recognized a fundamental truth. Control over logistics was control over wealth. He started by offering expediting services, ensuring vital goods cleared customs quickly for a small, unofficial fee. These fees were not extracted with threats, but presented as a solution to frustrating delays. Who would question a quick passage when their perishable goods were rotting on the dock? Slowly, almost imperceptibly, these fees became mandatory, a shadow tax on every piece of cargo that moved through the port. Henri never dealt in overt violence. His power lay in his profound understanding of process, his network of seemingly innocuous contacts, and the devastating efficiency with which he could halt, delay, or misplace any shipment that bypassed his system. A ship captain who refused his services might find his crew endlessly scrutinized, his cargo stuck in bureaucratic limbo, or his vessel unable to secure a berth for weeks. It was a soft coercion, a quiet economic strangulation that left businesses no real choice but to comply. He invested heavily in legitimate businesses, a series of warehouses near the port, a modest fleet of tugboats, even a thriving import-export firm that served as a perfect front for money laundering. The profits from his unofficial tariffs flowed through these legitimate enterprises, emerging clean and indistinguishable from genuine earnings. His network included customs agents, dock workers, foremen, and even some municipal officials, all of whom benefited from the trickle-down of his immense wealth, ensuring their loyalty through shared prosperity rather than fear. The older criminal elements in Marseille initially scoffed at Le Professeur, seeing him as a glorified clerk. They preferred their traditional rackets of gambling dens and protection. But as their own operations found themselves inexplicably bogged down by logistical nightmares, or their illicit shipments suddenly lost at sea, they began to grudgingly acknowledge the quiet man in the tweed jacket. Henri never sought to dominate them. He simply made it more profitable for them to use his services than to oppose him. He became the invisible hand that guided the flow of all goods, both legal and illicit, through the port. The turning point came not from a dramatic raid or a disgruntled rival, but from a quiet, determined investigator named Inspector Isabelle Moreau. Unlike her colleagues who hunted for traditional signs of organized crime or violence, drug trafficking, visible enforcers, Moreau focused on the economics. She noticed patterns, unusual spikes in revenue at certain warehousing companies, inexplicable delays for specific types of cargo, and a peculiar consistency in the processing fees charged by seemingly disparate entities. It was a financial fingerprint, leading her to the one man whose name kept appearing in the background of these transactions, always associated with advisory roles, never direct ownership: Henri Dubois. Moreau began to interview the victims, the small business owners, the shipping agents, the independent captains who had silently chafed under Le Professeur's shadow tax for years. They were terrified to speak openly, but the accumulation of their quiet frustrations, their whispered accounts of goods spoiled and livelihoods ruined by mysterious delays, began to form a cohesive narrative. The key was convincing a mid-level port authority official, Jean-Pierre, whose conscience was increasingly troubled by the economic hardship imposed on the city's smaller merchants, to provide the crucial internal documents. Jean-Pierre didn't offer explosive revelations of violence, but rather meticulously detailed ledgers, internal communication memos, and a web of shell company contracts that revealed the true ownership structure. The arrest of Henri Dubois was, fittingly, undramatic. He was found in his office, immersed in a complex logistics puzzle, not a gun in sight. He offered no resistance, only a polite, almost philosophical sigh. The charges were comprehensive. Massive racketeering through a complex system of economic coercion, widespread corruption, and sophisticated money laundering. His trial was less about sensational acts of violence and more about the intricate, almost elegant architecture of his criminal enterprise. Prosecutors presented detailed flowcharts illustrating the flow of money, cross-referenced shipping manifests against bank transfers, and built a case on the undeniable pattern of financial exploitation. Le Professeur sat quietly, occasionally adjusting his spectacles, observing the proceedings with an almost academic detachment. He had built a system so subtle, so logical, that he seemed genuinely surprised it could be classified as criminal. Ultimately, it was the sheer volume of meticulous documentation, the quiet testimonies of those he had subtly exploited, and the relentless detective work of Inspector Moreau that brought him down. His empire, built on the invisible currents of commerce and the quiet power of the bottleneck, collapsed not with a bang, but with the rustle of turning pages and the quiet click of a gavel. The port of Marseille breathed a collective, almost imperceptible sigh of relief, finally free from the silent, unseen grip of its most powerful and elusive master. The grand steel skeleton of the new convention center, a beacon of progress for the city, stood frozen against the skyline. Months after its ambitious groundbreaking, not a single girder had been raised beyond the initial foundation. The official explanation was unforeseen labor disputes, a familiar murmur in the city's ears. But how could an entire city's construction industry be held hostage by unseen forces? And what quiet, unbreakable chains bound its future to a man whose only tool was a pen and an iron will? Michael O'Connell, publicly the revered head of the powerful Local 372 of the Builders and Allied Trades Union, was, in private, the city's true architect of progress, or more accurately, its quiet gatekeeper. In the gritty, high-stakes world of urban development in the 1970s, where fortunes were made and lost on the swing of a wrecking ball, O'Connell operated with the precision of a master chess player. He was not the muscle-bound enforcer of popular imagination. His influence emanated from the intricate, often opaque, rules that governed every hammer swing and concrete pour. O'Connell began his ascent not in the dusty trenches, but in the Union Hall's quiet back offices. A shrewd organizer with an uncanny grasp of collective bargaining agreements and jurisdictional nuances, he quickly rose through the ranks. He understood that ultimate power lay not in owning land or capital, but in controlling the very hands that shaped the urban landscape. He cultivated loyalists within every trade, quietly elevating those who understood the delicate balance of mutual benefit and veiled obligation. He made it clear, without ever needing to say it aloud, that progress in the city's construction sector flowed only through channels he approved. His criminal enterprise was a sophisticated, almost bureaucratic form of racketeering and money laundering. Construction companies, desperate to avoid the crippling delays of labor disputes, found themselves quietly paying consulting fees to O'Connell's network of seemingly legitimate firms. These fees weren't for advice. They were for the guarantee of uninterrupted work, for avoiding the sudden discovery of non-existent safety violations or the inexplicable disappearance of skilled laborers. The coercion was subtle. No threats, just the quiet, chilling reality that a stalled project meant ruin. Companies soon learned that the cost of compliance, though high, was always less than the cost of resistance. Money laundering was executed through inflated contracts and shell companies. The union's immense pension fund, meant to secure the futures of its diligent workers, became a primary source. Millions were invested in O'Connell-controlled construction supply companies that charged exorbitant prices for low-quality materials, or in equipment rental firms whose machinery mysteriously broke down, requiring costly repairs and endless re-rentals. These operations, often entirely legitimate on paper, became conduits for siphoning off funds, transforming illicit gains into clean, verifiable corporate profits. Ghost employees, listed on project payrolls, further swelled the flow of funds, their wages disappearing into O'Connell's coffers. The unraveling began with a persistent, methodical assistant U.S. attorney named Clara Vance. She wasn't investigating organized crime in the traditional sense. She was pursuing a pattern of unusually high construction costs across municipal projects, coupled with a perplexing absence of competitive bidding. Her focus was on economic efficiency, or rather, the lack thereof. She noticed that almost every major project in the city, regardless of the lead contractor, shared an invisible common denominator: a mysterious increase in unforeseen labor costs or delays that invariably led to contract renegotiations benefiting a select few. It was a statistical anomaly that whispered of deeper systemic corruption. Clara's investigation was a deep dive into financial records, union contracts, and building permits. She sought not the smoking gun, but the paper trail that linked the disparate, seemingly unrelated incidents of project overruns and delays. Her breakthrough came from a frustrated, meticulous project manager, a man named Thomas, who worked for a major construction firm. Thomas had been quietly documenting the bizarre demands made by union representatives, the sudden work stoppages over trivial issues, and the inexplicable approval of inflated invoices for services he knew were never fully rendered. He was close to financial ruin, his company bleeding money, and his reputation for efficiency being silently destroyed. Thomas didn't have explosive revelations of violence or drug deals. Instead, he provided Clara with a ledger, meticulously maintained in secret, detailing every extra fee paid, every ghost employee identified, and every unforeseen delay engineered by O'Connell's network. He laid bare the system of quiet extortion, detailing how the threat of a prolonged strike or the mysterious disappearance of vital equipment became the lever for extracting unearned millions. He explained how their company was coerced into using certain O'Connell-affiliated subcontractors, even if their bids were significantly higher, simply to ensure work continued. The federal investigation, now armed with Thomas's detailed accounts and Clara's financial forensics, shifted focus. They started tracing the money from the inflated contracts back through shell companies, many of which had silent, interlocking ownerships linked back to O'Connell's family members or long-term associates. They revealed how pension funds were being systematically bled dry through fraudulent investments, jeopardizing the retirement of thousands of hardworking union members. The quiet hammer of economic leverage was now being turned into undeniable evidence of fraud. Michael O'Connell's arrest was as understated as his reign. He was apprehended at a charity gala, mid-conversation with a city councilman, discussing urban renewal. There were no shouts, no struggle, just the quiet click of handcuffs beneath his impeccably tailored suit jacket. His trial was less about the dramatic testimony of victims of violence and more about the intricate unraveling of financial deceit. Prosecutors presented reams of documents showing the systematic inflation of costs, the phantom projects, and the labyrinthine flow of money from city coffers and union funds into O'Connell's private empire. The jury, made up of ordinary citizens, listened intently as the quiet mechanisms of economic strangulation were laid bare. O'Connell's empire, built not on concrete and steel, but on the quiet control of labor and the manipulation of financial systems, crumbled under the weight of its own intricate deceptions. The Grand Convention Center eventually continued its construction, but under new management, and with a new sense of quiet relief. The question of its stalled progress and the hidden power behind it was answered. It was the silence of coerced compliance, echoing through the city's very foundations, that had finally been broken. The faint smell of printing ink mixed with expensive cigar smoke in the air of Max, the editor Steiner's clandestine print shop in Berlin during the tumultuous 1920s. He wasn't publishing newspapers or novels, but counterfeit bonds, forged passports, and elaborate financial documents so perfect they could fool even the most seasoned bank clerks. When a sudden surge of seemingly legitimate, yet utterly untraceable, financial instruments began to flood European markets, disrupting economies and making fortunes vanish into thin air, many wondered how such impeccable forgeries could proliferate undetected. But what subtle artistry did Max employ to craft his flawless fakes? And what unexpected, almost microscopic, detail within his masterworks would ultimately betray the quiet genius of the editor? Max Steiner was a man of obsessive precision, a frustrated artist who found his true calling in the meticulous craft of deception. He had a background in fine art restoration and a profound understanding of paper, inks, and typography. He saw every document not just as a piece of paper, but as a complex tapestry of textures, colors, and minute imperfections that spoke volumes to the trained eye. His print shop, hidden behind a legitimate bookbinding business in a dimly lit alley, was a marvel of antiquated machinery and cutting-edge forgery techniques. He was the quiet artisan of the underworld, his tools not guns, but specialized presses, custom-made dies, and an encyclopedic knowledge of historical printing methods. His criminal enterprise wasn't about crude reproductions. Max's forgeries were masterpieces, indistinguishable from the originals to the naked eye, and often even under cursory examination. He didn't just copy, he recreated. For instance, when forging government bonds, he would painstakingly research the exact paper stock, the specific watermark patterns, even the minute variations in ink consistency used by the original printers decades ago. He understood that aging wasn't just about color. It was about the subtle degradation of fibers, the way light reflected off faded pigments. He would even factor in the expected wear and tear of a document handled over time. His network wasn't built on fear, but on reputation. Discerning criminals, international con artists, and even desperate politicians would seek out Max's services, knowing that his work was unmatched. He operated with a quiet confidence, his fee exorbitant, but his product guaranteed. He offered not just forgeries, but entire fabricated identities, complete with backdated tax records and fake bank statements, all crafted with the same obsessive attention to detail. You could almost feel the weight of the elaborate lies he brought into existence, granting legitimacy to the illegitimate and opacity to the illicit. The atmosphere in the financial capitals of Europe became one of growing unease. Bankers and treasury officials began to notice a peculiar phenomenon. Certain high-value transactions involving older, seemingly legitimate bonds or securities were untraceable after a few transfers. The documents themselves passed all initial authenticity checks, yet their origin vanished. This led to a quiet panic, as trust in the financial system began to erode. Max, meanwhile, continued his work, fueled by a sense of intellectual superiority, believing his artistry was beyond detection. The unraveling began, not with a suspicious transaction, but with a highly unusual request from a central bank's forensic expert. Dr. Lena Schmidt, a quiet, brilliant philatelist, stamp collector, turned document authenticator, had a unique obsession with the microscopic details of printed materials. She was handed a particularly perplexing counterfeit bond that had defied all conventional detection methods. Unlike other experts who focused on watermarks or paper type, Dr. Schmidt was fascinated by the fibers within the paper and the microscopic impurities within the ink. Her breakthrough came with a new technique involving spectral analysis, which could identify the precise chemical composition of ink and paper. She discovered a minute, almost infinitesimal difference in the ink used on Max's forged bond compared to genuine ones. It was a specific trace element, an impurity, that suggested a modern chemical process, something that wouldn't have been present in inks from the 1920s. This tiny deviation, invisible to the naked eye, was Max's artistic signature, a flaw in his otherwise perfect recreation of historical materials. He had painstakingly reproduced the look of old ink, but not its true molecular composition. Armed with this spectral fingerprint, Dr. Schmidt began to cross-reference it with other suspicious documents that had circulated throughout Europe. The same minute impurity appeared again and again, leading her to the conclusion that a single, highly skilled individual was behind the wave of forgeries. The search then shifted from finding a bad document to finding the source of this uniquely contaminated ink. Following distribution chains of obscure chemical suppliers and niche printing presses, the trail eventually led to a quiet bookbinding business in Berlin. The raid on Max, the editor Steiner's print shop, was not dramatic. The police found no stacks of illicit cash, only the pristine tools of his trade. Custom presses, vats of meticulously blended inks, and shelves filled with paper stocks aged to perfection. As they examined his work, the sheer artistry of his deception was undeniable. But it was the subtle, almost imperceptible chemical signature in his inks, a detail he had overlooked in his artistic pursuit of visual perfection, that ultimately proved his undoing. As Max was led away, he cast a final, almost wistful glance at his presses. He had been betrayed not by a human weakness, but by a microscopic flaw in his own masterpiece. And as the financial world slowly recovered its equilibrium, the question lingered: how many silent artists of deception, blinded by their own brilliance, leave behind the very clues that lead to their unmasking? The aroma of freshly baked bread usually brought comfort, but in the small Sicilian town of Corleone in the late 1950s, the scent emanating from Papa Rocco's bakery carried a heavier, more complex essence: the quiet, pervasive presence of organized crime. Rocco the Baker Moretti was not merely crafting loaves. He was crafting a legacy of fear and control, using the ancient, unwritten codes of the Mafia to establish an unbreakable grip on the local economy. When whispers of an economic drought began to spread through the town, businesses mysteriously failing, shops unable to secure vital supplies, many suspected more than just bad luck. But what subtle, yet suffocating, form of coercion did Rocco employ to maintain his absolute dominion? And what unexpected force, seemingly unrelated to the underworld, would eventually crumble his carefully kneaded empire? Rocco Moretti was a man of tradition, rooted deeply in the ancient ways of the island. He scorned the flashy displays of violence favored by newer generations of gangsters. His power was derived from omerta, from the unspoken law of silence, and from a deep understanding of the local community's needs and vulnerabilities. His bakery was not just a front. It was a central hub, a place where people came for their daily bread, and where Rocco, with a gentle smile and a knowing glance, dispensed both loaves and quiet decrees. He was the invisible hand, the unacknowledged authority that permeated every aspect of daily life. His criminal strategy was not about racketeering in the traditional sense, but about cultivating absolute economic dependency. Rocco didn't demand protection money directly. Instead, he would offer assistance. A struggling olive oil producer found his distribution network suddenly expanded, thanks to Rocco's connections. A small vineyard, facing financial ruin, received a generous, no-strings-attached loan from Rocco's benevolent fund. These acts of seemingly selfless aid created a profound sense of obligation. Once you accepted Rocco's help, you were subtly, irrevocably bound. Your loyalty became his, and your business a quiet extension of his influence. If a business owner dared to refuse his help, or worse, sought aid from an outside source, the consequences were swift and silent. Suddenly, their olive oil wouldn't reach the market. Their grapes wouldn't be harvested. Supplies wouldn't arrive. It wasn't sabotage. It was simply a series of unfortunate coincidences, a sudden, inexplicable disruption of supply chains. The message was clear, delivered without a single word. Rocco was the only conduit, the only source of economic life in Corleone. You could almost feel the chilling weight of this unspoken understanding, the invisible chains that bound every shop owner, every farmer, every family. The atmosphere in Corleone, while outwardly peaceful, was permeated by an undercurrent of fear and resignation. The town prospered, yes, but only on Rocco's terms. The money flowed, but a significant portion of it flowed back into Rocco's coffers through inflated prices on supplies he secured, or through favorable terms on loans that were never truly repaid. He controlled everything from the price of wheat to the hiring of local laborers. His power was absolute, yet so subtly wielded that many outsiders would dismiss it as simply the way things are done. The unraveling began not with a police investigation or a rival family, but with the arrival of the European Economic Community, EEC, in the late 1960s. Italy's integration into this broader economic bloc brought with it an influx of new agricultural subsidies, standardized trade regulations, and, crucially, open markets. For decades, Rocco had thrived on isolation, on controlling the limited avenues of commerce. But now, suddenly, farmers could access loans from banks in Rome, not just from Rocco's fund. Businesses could import goods from other EC countries, bypassing his secured supply chains. It was a slow, almost imperceptible erosion of his power. The EEC didn't send police to arrest Rocco. It sent economists, bureaucrats, and agricultural specialists. They offered new, legitimate alternatives, slowly chipping away at the foundation of dependency Rocco had so carefully built. A farmer, emboldened by direct subsidies, refused Rocco's help with his olive crop. Rocco tried his usual tactics. The supplies mysteriously vanished. The harvest was delayed. But this time, the farmer, through new EEC-sponsored cooperatives, found alternative buyers and suppliers outside Rocco's reach. The invisible chains began to snap. Other businesses followed suit, cautiously at first, then with increasing confidence. The fear began to dissipate, replaced by the cautious hope of economic independence. Rocco's power, built on the premise of being the sole gatekeeper, began to wane as more gates opened. He couldn't physically stop an entire continent's economic shift. The climax wasn't a shootout. It was the quiet, almost mundane, closure of Papa Rocco's bakery itself, deemed unprofitable as local businesses found cheaper, more direct routes for their supplies. The source of his control had dried up, not by force, but by the quiet, relentless tide of modernization and open markets. As Rocco sat alone in his empty bakery, the scent of bread fading, one could almost hear the ghost of a question lingering in the air. How many silent empires, built on the manipulation of basic human needs, are destined to crumble when new, legitimate pathways emerge? The early 2000s was often the first thing people noticed about Elias the dentist Thorne. He didn't extract teeth. He extracted secrets, leveraging deeply personal and often embarrassing information to manipulate London's elite. When a string of prominent figures, from politicians to media moguls, found themselves unexpectedly entangled in scandals, their every move seemingly dictated by an unseen hand, many wondered how a man with no overt power could exert such profound control. But what insidious form of soft coercion did Elias wield to bend the powerful to his will? And what seemingly insignificant loose thread overlooked in his meticulous web, would ultimately unravel his empire of whispered threats. Elias Thorne was a master of observation, a quiet predator who understood the dark underbelly of human nature. He had no criminal record, no gang affiliations. His background was as a high-end concierge, a profession that granted him unparalleled access to the private lives of London's wealthiest and most influential. He listened, he watched, and he meticulously cataloged every indiscretion, every hidden vice, every desperate secret. His luxury apartment, far from a criminal lair, felt more like a meticulously organized archive of human frailty, filled with encrypted files and discreetly acquired snippets of information. His criminal strategy was a chillingly effective form of psychological leverage. Elias didn't resort to violence or overt blackmail. Instead, he employed what he called preventative reputation management. He would subtly approach a target, perhaps a politician with a hidden gambling addiction or a CEO with a secret mistress, not with a threat, but with an offer of discreet services, a quiet solution to a potential public relations crisis that they didn't even know they had until Elias revealed it. He'd present undeniable evidence of their secret, then offer to manage it, ensuring it never saw the light of day. The unspoken cost was compliance, a quiet agreement to a future favor, a subtle nudge in a business deal, or a carefully worded recommendation. The beauty of Elias's method was that his targets rarely even realized they were being blackmailed. They believed they were merely making a prudent decision to protect their reputations. He became an invaluable, albeit terrifying, asset to them, the unseen hand that smoothed over their potential PR disasters, allowing them to continue their public lives unblemished. His influence grew not through fear of punishment, but through the desire to maintain status and avoid public shame. You could almost feel the invisible threads of obligation tightening around London's elite, their public faces maintained at the cost of their silent servitude to Elias. The atmosphere around London's powerful corridors of influence became oddly synchronized. Major policy decisions seemed to shift inexplicably. Lucrative contracts awarded to unexpected bidders. Controversial media stories quietly suppressed. It wasn't overt corruption, but a subtle, pervasive tilt, an unseen current guiding events. Elias, in his quiet apartment, would monitor the news, a slight smile playing on his lips as he saw his carefully placed nudges translate into tangible influence. He was convinced his system was foolproof, built on the one thing people valued most, their carefully constructed public image. The unraveling began, ironically, with a genuine act of compassion. Elias had, for years, been discreetly obtaining confidential medical records through a network of compromised clinic administrators. One such administrator, a young woman struggling with her own family's medical debt, had provided information on a high-profile MP's secret addiction. Elias leveraged this information to secure a major political favor. However, the MP, feeling trapped and desperate, confessed his situation to a trusted, longtime friend, a seasoned investigative journalist named Sarah Green. Sarah, known for her relentless pursuit of truth, listened to her friend's vague, fearful account of someone who knows too much. She didn't suspect Elias immediately. Her focus was on the unexpected policy shifts she'd observed. She began to notice a curious commonality among several powerful figures whose behavior had become erratic or uncharacteristically compliant. They all had, at some point, used the services of Elias Thorne's high-end concierge business. It was a faint pattern, almost a coincidence. Sarah's breakthrough came when she discovered that a particular private clinic, known for its discretion, had suffered a series of minor data breaches, unreported to the public, shortly before some of these powerful individuals made their unusual shifts. She started cross-referencing patient lists with Elias's client list. The overlap was chilling. It wasn't about the specific secrets, but the method of acquisition, the vulnerability of sensitive personal information. She then leveraged her own network of discrete sources to confirm that the clinic administrator had been quietly paid off. The climax wasn't a dramatic confrontation, but a quiet, methodical police investigation, sparked by Sarah's meticulously compiled dossier. They didn't find traditional evidence of blackmail, but they found an overwhelming pattern of unusual financial payments to specific individuals connected to sensitive data, followed by Elias Thorne's subsequent guidance of their powerful clients. The loose thread was not a secret revealed, but the subtle, systematic exploitation of human trust within seemingly legitimate services. As Elias, the dentist Thorne, was apprehended in his quiet apartment, surrounded by the echoes of 1,000 secrets, one couldn't help but wonder, how many others, driven by the desire to control, exploit the very privacy people strive to protect, creating empires out of whispers and quiet compliance? At a prestigious auction in Paris, a newly unearthed masterpiece, a landscape attributed to a lesser-known Dutch Golden Age painter, sold for an astonishing sum. Yet, mere weeks later, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of a pigment not invented until the 19th century was discovered in a minuscule section of its sky. How could a man who built an empire on the flawless illusion of authenticity be undone by such an infinitesimally small anachronism? And what quiet trail of deception did that single brushstroke reveal? Marcel Dubois, known in exclusive circles as Le Curateur, never fit the archetypal image of a criminal mastermind. He was a man of impeccable taste, with a scholar's appreciation for art history and a connoisseur's eye for detail. Operating from a discreet atelier in a quiet Parisian arrondissement in the 1960s, he cultivated an air of genteel erudition. His hands, though capable of remarkable artistic precision, were soft, unblemished by the crude realities of the underworld. He didn't traffic in drugs or arms. Marcel traded in shadows and whispers, in the delicate dance between what was real and what could be made to appear real. His journey into the clandestine began not with a desire for illicit wealth, but with a profound, almost obsessive fascination with the masters. He saw the art world, with its inflated values and subjective judgments, as a vast, untapped canvas for his unique talents. He started by restoring damaged works, meticulously replacing missing sections with such skill that the new seamlessly blended with the old. From restoration, it was a subtle, almost inevitable step to recreation. Why merely fix a masterpiece when one could discover a lost one, or create an entirely new one, imbued with the spirit and technique of an old master? Marcel's enterprise was built on an elaborate network of seemingly legitimate experts. He employed struggling art historians to authenticate his discoveries, offering them generous fees for their scholarly validation, a validation often based on carefully fabricated provenance documents and subtle leading questions. He commissioned chemists to analyze ancient pigments, then replicate them perfectly, ensuring his forgeries would pass initial scrutiny. His studio became a silent factory of illusion, where new old masters were born under the gentle glow of specialized lights. The criminal strategy was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its effectiveness. Marcel would discover a new piece, often a painting by a celebrated but prolific artist, ensuring it fit within the artist's known periods and themes. Through his network, it would gain a quiet, almost reverent acceptance in expert circles. Then, typically through a discreet, high-value private sale, often to a newly wealthy industrialist or an aspiring collector seeking a prestigious addition to their portfolio, the masterpiece would be sold. The vast sums exchanged, often in cash or through complex offshore accounts, provided the perfect mechanism for laundering illicit funds. One could sell a forged painting for millions, declaring it a legitimate transaction, and the money, now clean, could enter the legitimate financial system. His coercion was equally refined. If a potential buyer hesitated, Marcel wouldn't threaten their family. He might, with a sympathetic sigh, reveal subtle doubts about the authenticity of other pieces in their collection, gently suggesting that without the undeniable presence of this newly discovered work, their entire collection's value might be called into question. Or he would simply ensure that rival collectors and critics would coincidentally begin whispering about the legitimacy of their existing pieces. It was a slow, reputation-damaging poison, leading many to reluctantly acquire Marcel's discoveries as a form of insurance, a way to shore up their public image as discerning connoisseurs. The intricate web Marcel wove began to fray, not through external pressure, but from within. A young art restorer named Lena, meticulous and deeply principled, had been working for Marcel for nearly 5 years. She was a master of detail, responsible for the final aging and wear of the canvases. On one particular commission, a supposed landscape by Jean-Baptiste Camille Corot, she noticed a minuscule inconsistency in the composition of a specific shade of green used in the foliage, a pigment with a unique molecular signature that she knew should not have existed until much later. She flagged it to Marcel, who dismissed it as an anomaly, a quirk of aging. But Lena, driven by a deep respect for historical truth in art, felt a growing disquiet. Unbeknownst to Marcel, the National Office for the Repression of Illicit Trafficking in Cultural Property had recently hired Dr. Evelyn Reed, a leading expert in forensic art analysis, whose approach to art crime was less about catching thieves and more about unmasking the science of forgery. Dr. Reed was quietly investigating a pattern of suspiciously newly discovered old masters appearing on the market, all authenticated by the same handful of scholars, all leading back to a nebulous network of private sales. When Lena, tormented by her conscience, anonymously tipped off Dr. Reed to the specific Corot landscape and its odd green pigment, it was the scientific thread Evelyn needed to pull. The investigation was a painstaking, quiet process. Dr. Reed used non-invasive techniques to sample and analyze other paintings linked to Marcel's network. Each analysis, conducted under high magnification and complex chemical tests, began to reveal the same pattern of anachronistic materials or techniques, a specific type of canvas weave, a particular binder in the paint, a unique method of crackle duplication. The Corot's anomalous green was not a fluke. It was a signature, a subtle flaw in Marcel's otherwise perfect illusion. The arrest of Marcel Dubois was undramatic. He was found in his studio, precisely applying a translucent glaze to a new discovery. He offered no resistance, only a faint, knowing smile, as if he had always anticipated this quiet curtain call. The charges, though not violent, were profound. Massive fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy to defraud through the systematic creation and sale of forged artworks. His trial was a fascinating display of forensic art science, where every brushstroke, every fiber, every molecule of paint became a witness against him. Experts meticulously demonstrated the anachronisms, unraveling decades of elaborate deception. Marcel, ever the academic, listened intently, occasionally nodding at a particularly astute scientific observation. He had been a master of illusion, but the unwavering light of scientific scrutiny ultimately proved too bright for his subtle shadows. His empire, built on the delicate craft of imitation and the quiet manipulation of perception, crumbled. The art world, shaken by the scale of his deceit, began a new era of heightened scrutiny. The question of that single brushstroke was answered. It was the first tremor, the almost silent crack in the curator's meticulously painted facade. In the vast, sprawling freight yards of Chicago during the 1950s, millions of dollars in goods vanished seemingly into thin air, year after year, yet no one ever saw the thief or even knew where to begin looking for such a meticulous, ghost-like operation. How did one man manage to orchestrate such a massive, silent siphoning of valuable cargo from under the noses of countless watchful eyes, and what almost imperceptible flaw in his perfect system eventually brought it all crashing down. Harold Harry Finch was, to outward appearances, a diligent, unassuming freight supervisor for a major railway company in Chicago. His life was a monotonous rhythm of schedules, manifests, and the low rumble of locomotives. He had worked his way up from a humble yard hand, earning a reputation for his meticulous attention to detail and his seemingly unwavering dedication to efficiency. But beneath the surface of this outwardly unremarkable man lay a mind of extraordinary cunning, capable of perceiving not just the logistical intricacies of a massive rail network, but its subtle, exploitable vulnerabilities. Harry understood that true illicit profit wasn't in grand, violent heists, but in the quiet, systematic erosion of the system from within. His Phantom operation was a masterclass in this philosophy. A steady, almost imperceptible siphoning of high-value goods. One crate here, 2 pallets there, never enough to trigger an immediate alarm, but cumulatively amounting to a fortune. His method was built on an intimate understanding of the freight yard's operational blind spots. He knew which sidings were least monitored, which shifts had the most lax security, and where the paper trail was most likely to become tangled in the sheer volume of daily transactions. He identified high-value, easily resellable goods, electronics, luxury fabrics, certain specialized tools, and then, through a series of subtle manipulations, would arrange for their misrouting. A car would be shunted to the wrong track, a manifest would be subtly altered, a seal would be broken and replaced with an identical counterfeit one. The stolen goods would then be offloaded onto an unmarked truck during the dead of night, driven by men who never met Harry, only followed his precisely delivered, anonymous instructions. His network was composed of shadows, each component isolated, each transaction untraceable back to him directly. His genius lay in his ability to make the theft appear as an internal accounting error, a clerical mistake in a vast, complex system. For years, the railroad company's internal auditors scratched their heads. They knew goods were going missing, but the scale of the operation was impossible to pinpoint, and the culprits were elusive. Investigations focused on obvious suspects, disgruntled employees, known fence operations, but Harry, the quiet, reliable supervisor, was always above suspicion. He even actively participated in internal loss prevention meetings, offering suggestions for improved security, subtly diverting attention away from his own meticulously crafted schemes. You might have seen him during a late-night shift, walking briskly through the yard, clipboard in hand, his face illuminated by the stark, industrial lights, entirely indistinguishable from any other diligent employee. He lived a modest life, eschewing any flashy displays of wealth, further cementing his image as an honest, hard-working man. The quiet accumulation of wealth was his private victory, a silent testament to his unseen power. The first thread of unraveling came not from a human error, but from a persistent, almost imperceptible pattern in the data that transcended the human element. A young, ambitious data analyst named Evelyn Reed, newly hired to modernize the railroad's antiquated inventory system, began to notice a statistical anomaly. It wasn't just that goods were missing, it was that specific types of goods were consistently missing from specific types of freight cars, always arriving from specific origin points within specific time windows. The pattern was too precise to be random error, too consistent to be mere coincidence. It suggested not broad pilfering, but targeted selection. Evelyn, with her knack for abstract patterns, began to suspect a system, not just a series of isolated thefts. Her investigation was a quiet, almost academic pursuit. She built algorithms, cross-referenced thousands of manifests, and mapped the journeys of hundreds of thousands of freight cars. She noticed that the missing goods invariably passed through a specific sequence of holdover points, places where a car might be temporarily idled or rerouted. This was Harry's signature. using the system's natural bottlenecks and moments of reduced oversight as his window of opportunity. Evelyn didn't have names. She had data points, probabilities, and an increasingly compelling statistical model that pointed to a central, intelligent orchestrator. Her model started generating risk scores for certain freight car movements, and invariably, the highest scores coincided with the actual missing cargo. The critical moment came when Evelyn's analysis pinpointed a series of identical, missing electronic components. The official records showed them diverted for maintenance. But Evelyn, with a hunch, looked at the next recorded movement of those same freight cars. The cars themselves, once empty of the components, always seemed to be shunted to a particular, obscure siding before rejoining the main line. This siding was rarely used, typically for repairs or long-term storage, and, crucially, had minimal camera surveillance. When a small, discreet surveillance team was finally dispatched to that siding during a late-night shift, they didn't find thieves. They found Harry Finch, the diligent supervisor, supervising an unscheduled repair on a freight car, while an unmarked truck idled nearby. The end for Harry Finch was not a dramatic chase through the yards, but a quiet, almost polite confrontation in his office. Federal agents, guided by Evelyn's meticulous data, presented him not with accusations of theft, but with an irrefutable, data-driven timeline of every misrouted, damaged, or lost shipment that had passed through his direct oversight for the past decade. They showed him the statistical probabilities, the patterns he had so carefully crafted, laid bare by the cold logic of algorithms. Harry, confronted with his own silent masterpiece of deception, saw his carefully constructed phantom empire dissolve. The system he had so intimately understood and so expertly manipulated had ultimately betrayed him, not by failing, but by revealing its patterns to an observer who saw the world in numbers. The rhythm of the freight yard continued, but the phantom finally had a name. In the high-stakes world of 1980s Wall Street, where information was power and fortunes were made on whispers, a brilliant, seemingly unassuming corporate lawyer, Michael Thorne, consistently seemed to be one step ahead of every market trend, his advice eerily prescient, yet his sources always remained a mystery. How did a man whose life revolved around legal documents and quiet counsel manage to consistently anticipate market shifts with such uncanny accuracy? And what seemingly minor breach of his meticulous information security eventually led to his downfall? Michael Thorne was the quintessential Wall Street lawyer. His office, high above the bustling streets, was tastefully understated, filled with leather-bound books and a quiet hum of efficiency. He dressed in sober, expensive suits, spoke in measured tones, and his reputation for intellectual brilliance and unwavering discretion was legendary. Clients, from venerable investment banks to aggressive corporate raiders, sought his counsel not just for his legal acumen, but for his uncanny ability to foresee market movements, to predict the subtle shifts in corporate power dynamics that would send stocks soaring or plummeting. He was the quiet advisor behind some of the decade's biggest mergers and most lucrative hostile takeovers, a silent architect of financial destinies. But Michael's true genius lay not in legal analysis, but in the clandestine art of insider trading, built on a foundation of meticulously acquired, highly confidential information. His method was a symphony of soft coercion and cultivated trust. He didn't engage in crude bribery. Instead, he cultivated relationships with key individuals across the financial landscape. A stressed-out executive assistant privy to merger talks, a disillusioned printing press operator with early access to quarterly reports, a junior analyst at a rating agency struggling with mounting medical bills. Michael would offer discreet financial advice or unsolicited investment tips, subtly building a web of indebtedness. He'd help them navigate a personal crisis or subtly suggest a small, seemingly innocuous favor that, unbeknownst to them, would open a pipeline to critical information. The information wasn't delivered as a direct exchange for money. It was a consequence of a carefully nurtured relationship, a quiet understanding of mutual benefit, often with the sources themselves unaware of the true value of the data they were providing or its ultimate destination. Michael never placed a trade himself. He maintained an unblemished public record, his hands clean of direct financial transactions. Instead, he relayed his prescient insights to a handful of trusted intermediaries, high net worth individuals and small, independent investment firms who were always eager for an edge. These intermediaries would then execute the trades, often in small, diversified amounts across multiple accounts, ensuring that no single large transaction would trigger regulatory scrutiny. The profits, once laundered through layers of legitimate investments, would eventually find their way back to Michael, disguised as consulting fees, legal retainers, or lucrative long-term investment returns on seemingly brilliant early-stage ventures. He lived a life of comfortable, but not ostentatious, wealth, further reinforcing his image as a man whose success was simply a byproduct of his exceptional intellect. For years, Michael operated in the shadows, an enigma whose consistent success was admired, if not entirely understood, by his peers. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, knew insider trading was rampant on Wall Street, but proving it was like trying to catch smoke. They pursued the obvious cases, the loudmouths, the greedy showmen. Michael, the whispering lawyer, remained invisible. His office was a fortress of discretion, his conversations carefully couched in legal ambiguities. You might have seen him at a high-power lunch, seemingly lost in thought, but in reality, meticulously piecing together fragments of overheard conversations, assessing body language, and synthesizing data points that would unlock the next market secret. The unraveling began not with a sudden expose, but with a subtle shift in the SEC's approach to enforcement. A new, young investigator named Elena Rodriguez, fresh out of law school and with a background in network analysis, was less interested in individual trades and more interested in patterns of influence. She started charting not just who traded, but who knew whom and who advised whom. Her focus was on the information architects, the individuals whose advice consistently led to unusual profits. Michael Thorne's name kept appearing, not as a trader, but as a consistent, highly profitable advisor to a select group of clients. Elena noticed that whenever Thorne advised a client, that client's subsequent trades often seemed to predict an upcoming event with impossible accuracy. Elena's breakthrough came not from a wiretap, but from a meticulous examination of seemingly innocuous phone records and travel itineraries. She noticed that one of Thorne's long-standing, seemingly independent sources, a senior manager at a major financial printing company, frequently traveled on the same flights as Thorne or stayed at the same luxury hotels, though ostensibly for different conferences. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Further investigation revealed a single subtle slip, a casual, almost insignificant payment from one of Thorne's offshore consulting firms to an obscure charitable foundation connected to the printing manager's ailing mother. A payment just large enough to alleviate a critical medical debt, but small enough to fly under the radar. It wasn't direct payment for information, but a quiet gift, a gesture of support that solidified a bond of silent obligation. When the SEC finally moved, it was with the quiet precision that mirrored Thorne's own operations. There was no dramatic raid on his office, no flashing cameras. Instead, two senior SEC investigators, including Elena, appeared at his door one crisp morning. They didn't present a criminal indictment immediately. They presented him with a meticulously compiled timeline of his prescient advice, cross-referenced with the public announcements of corporate actions, and overlaid with the detailed financial connections to his supposedly independent sources. They showed him the undeniable pattern, the invisible threads that connected his advice to the hidden favors he had orchestrated. Michael Thorne, the whispering lawyer who had mastered the art of information, saw his meticulously constructed empire crumble not under the weight of a loud accusation, but under the quiet, irrefutable logic of his own documented influence. The silence of his office, once a symbol of his power, now echoed with the quiet finality of his undoing. The news hit the city's financial district like a silent, precisely aimed torpedo. Elias Thorne, the revered titan of Silverbrook development, had inexplicably withdrawn from the highly anticipated waterfront revitalization project. A deal considered ironclad, poised to redefine the city's skyline, simply vanished from his portfolio overnight. How could a man who built an empire on unwavering certainty and the quiet manipulation of influence abruptly abandon his most public triumph? And what shadowy truths lay hidden beneath the polished veneer of his success? Elias Thorne was an enigma. He rarely spoke above a murmur. His eyes, perpetually framed by thin-rimmed glasses, seemed to absorb every detail. In the bustling boardrooms and hushed private clubs of the 1980s, where development deals were brokered with handshakes and whispered assurances, Thorne was a master of silent persuasion. He wasn't a builder in the traditional sense. He was an orchestrator, a puppeteer whose strings were invisible yet undeniably taut. His rise in Silverbrook was meteoric. Starting with modest land acquisitions, he quickly amassed a portfolio of prime properties, often outmaneuvering more established firms with an uncanny precision. Rivals often wondered how Thorne always seemed to know the exact weaknesses of his competitors, the private vulnerabilities of zoning board members, or the undisclosed financial woes of reluctant property owners. It was never about force. It was about information, meticulously gathered and strategically deployed. Thorne possessed an almost pathological devotion to detail. He employed a discreet network of private investigators, not to unearth criminal activities, but to uncover the quiet indiscretions, the hidden financial struggles, the familial secrets, and the minor ethical lapses of anyone who stood between him and a lucrative deal. These findings were meticulously compiled into what became known, within Thorne's inner circle, as the dossiers. Each dossier was a miniature biography of vulnerability, a silent weapon to be deployed with surgical precision. A zoning official, hesitant to approve a controversial high-rise, might suddenly find his quiet affair with a mistress hinted at in a subtle, untraceable note delivered to his wife's church. A competitor unwilling to sell a crucial parcel of land might discover a forgotten tax irregularity from decades past suddenly resurface, threatening his entire corporate structure. The pressure was never overt, never violent, but always devastatingly effective. It was soft coercion, a gentle but relentless turning of the screws until resistance crumbled, not out of fear for physical harm, but out of terror for public ruin. The money laundering aspect was equally sophisticated. Thorne's properties, particularly his residential complexes, had unusually high occupancy rates, even in slow markets. Many units were purchased by anonymous shell corporations, often paying cash. These seemingly legitimate transactions, spread across dozens of properties, effectively washed billions of dollars from illicit sources, particularly from European clients seeking a stable, secure haven for their questionable wealth. Silverbrook development became a silent, opulent bank for secrets and ill-gotten gains, all overseen by the quiet man in the tailored suit. Amelia Chun, a tenacious investigative reporter for the Silverbrook Gazette, had been quietly piecing together anomalies in the city's real estate market for months. She wasn't looking for Thorne specifically, but rather for patterns of unusual transactions. She noticed that certain land deals, despite their apparent complexity, seemed to resolve themselves with an almost unnatural swiftness, always favoring Silverbrook development. She also tracked an unusual number of private, cash-only sales of high-end apartments within Thorne's properties, all linked to obscure, newly formed limited liability companies. It was a faint whisper of something amiss in the grand symphony of the city's economic growth. The catalyst for Thorne's downfall wasn't a grand exposé, but a quiet act of defiance from an unexpected corner. A well-known city councilman, Robert Maxwell, had been under Thorne's subtle sway for years, silently approving controversial rezoning requests. Maxwell, a man of quiet dignity, was being blackmailed over a minor, long-buried indiscretion from his youth, something innocuous enough to be easily dismissed by anyone who truly knew him, but devastating to his public image. His wife, suffering from a debilitating illness, overheard a hushed, despairing phone call where Maxwell spoke of the files and his obligation to Thorne. Her reaction wasn't anger, but a profound sadness, a quiet weariness with the years of silent servitude. In a quiet, almost resigned moment, Maxwell decided he could no longer bear the weight of the secret. He didn't go to the police, fearing the public scandal. Instead, he anonymously mailed a cryptic package to Amelia Chin. It contained not the damning dossier itself, but a single, seemingly innocuous internal memo from Silverbrook Development, outlining a specific, previously unknown procedure for special client handling related to property acquisition. This memo, combined with a barely legible, handwritten note from Maxwell hinting at the system behind the system, was the thread Amelia needed. Amelia's investigation shifted. She didn't seek out the salacious details of the dossiers. She sought the mechanism of their use. She meticulously cross-referenced the memo's obscure references with public property records, zoning board minutes, and financial statements. She traced the flow of funds through the shell companies, linking them not to violence, but to the quiet, undeniable pressure applied to individuals whose public lives were impeccable but whose private vulnerabilities were exploited. The ultimate unraveling for Elias Thorne wasn't a police raid, but a series of quietly devastating articles by Amelia Chun in the Silverbrook Gazette. The financial elite of Silverbrook, who had silently benefited from or suffered under Thorne's system, began to distance themselves. The anonymous shell companies that had purchased his properties suddenly went dormant. Investors, fearing the scandal of association, began to pull out their funds. The waterfront project, once Thorne's crown jewel, became a symbol of his exposed methods. Elias Thorne was never formally charged with a violent crime. His downfall was far more insidious, a complete and utter loss of trust and reputation. His empire, built on secrets, crumbled not under the weight of an accusation, but under the quiet, relentless scrutiny of truth. He disappeared from public life, his name forever associated not with magnificent buildings, but with the quiet, chilling power of the information he once wielded. The question of his abrupt withdrawal from the waterfront project was answered. The foundations of his power had quietly, irrevocably given way. Corridors of downtown Chicago, amidst the clatter of typewriters and the murmur of ambitious dreams, one man built an empire not with concrete and steel, but with whispers and IOUs. Silas Thorne, a man known more for his meticulously tailored suits and quiet demeanor than any outward display of menace, became the silent architect of a city's underground economy. How could someone so understated, who rarely raised his voice, command such a vast and formidable criminal enterprise? 1. The answer lay in his ledger, a seemingly innocuous, leather-bound book kept in a fireproof safe, its pages filled with neat, precise entries that charted the fortunes and misfortunes of countless individuals and small businesses across Chicago. While other outfit figures were embroiled in turf wars and the rough and tumble of bootlegging and gambling dens, Thorne understood the enduring power of debt. He dealt not in brute force, but in a more insidious form of coercion, financial obligation. His rise began quietly in the late 1950s, a time when the Chicago outfit was already a formidable force, deeply entrenched in various rackets. One thing, unlike their more volatile counterparts, Thorne preferred to operate from the shadows, leveraging his almost preternatural understanding of numbers and human desperation. His network wasn't built on fear of violence, but on the seductive lure of easy money. When a small business owner faced an unexpected crisis, when a gambler chased a spiraling loss, or when a legitimate enterprise needed quick capital that banks wouldn't provide, Silas Thorne was the whispered name. His terms seemed reasonable at first, a small percentage, a handshake agreement. But the interest rates, hidden in plain sight, were astronomical, compounding relentlessly. His collectors were not thugs with baseball bats, but smooth-talking individuals who knew how to apply psychological pressure, reminding debtors of their families, their reputations, the very livelihoods Thorne had ostensibly saved. If a loan wasn't repaid, Thorne didn't send enforcers. He took a piece of the business, slowly, insidiously, until he owned it entirely. Over time, he accumulated a diverse portfolio of legitimate-looking fronts. Dry cleaners, diners, construction firms, even a modest real estate agency, all funneling illicit profits into his coffers. 4. His criminal strategies were a masterclass in subtlety. When disputes arose between rival factions or ambitious underlings, Thorne would often step in, not with a show of force, but as a mediator. He would offer a loan to one side to buy out the other, or acquire the struggling assets of the losing party, thus consolidating more power and wealth without ever having to spill a drop of blood. This approach earned him a grudging respect within the outfit, who saw him as a necessary, if unconventional, asset. You see, the true genius of Silas Thorne lay in making people want his money, even as they instinctively understood the crushing cost of default. He never needed to issue a direct threat. The ever-present, meticulously calculated debt hanging over their heads was threat enough. The money flowed like a silent river, channeled through an intricate web of shell corporations and legitimate businesses that served as fronts. This was his most formidable skill, money laundering on an industrial scale designed to defy detection. Thorne's dry cleaners, for instance, would report inflated daily sales, the difference being the cash from his illicit lending operations. The diner might claim to serve hundreds more customers than it actually did. It was all about creating a paper trail that appeared legitimate, an art form Thorne had perfected. This allowed him to operate for years under the radar, a ghost in the machine of Chicago's underworld. For 5, yet, even the most meticulously constructed empires can unravel from an unexpected thread. That thread came in the form of Martha "Marty" Evans, a junior IRS agent known more for her relentless attention to detail than for dramatic flair. She wasn't chasing drug kingpins or hitmen. She was chasing discrepancies on tax forms. In the early 1970s, a seemingly innocuous tip about a small, struggling dry cleaning chain suddenly showing unusually high, consistent profits caught her eye. It was too perfect, too smooth. Her investigation began quietly, a deep dive into financial statements, a painstaking assembly of data points that no one else bothered to connect. 6, 7, Marty Evans was methodical. She cross-referenced property deeds with business registrations, tracked inexplicable cash infusions, and noted the curious consistency of profits across Thorne's seemingly disparate businesses, all while their actual foot traffic seemed to defy such success. She wasn't looking for violence. She was looking for missing dollars. Her work was a slow, agonizing burn, often dismissed by her superiors who were accustomed to more conventional mob cases. But Marty persevered, driven by a quiet, almost obsessive conviction that something fundamentally amiss lay beneath the calm surface of Silas Thorne's legitimate holdings. 8. The pressure points became less about traditional law enforcement tactics and more about relentless financial audits, subpoenas for seemingly unrelated businesses, and a growing web of suspicion woven by numbers. Thorne, for all his cunning, was unprepared for an adversary who understood his language of ledgers and balance sheets. He could intimidate a debtor, but he couldn't intimidate a subpoena. The climax of his empire wasn't a bloody shootout or a dramatic car chase. It was a quiet raid on one of his nondescript downtown offices. Marty Evans, alongside a team of federal agents, descended upon what appeared to be a legitimate accounting firm. They weren't looking for guns. They were looking for the ledger. After hours of meticulous searching, they found it. A hidden compartment behind a false wall, precisely where Thorne, in his arrogance, believed no one would ever think to look. The leather-bound book, with its elegant script and meticulous entries, was the definitive proof. When Silas Thorne was finally apprehended, he didn't resist. He simply looked at Marty Evans, a flicker of something akin to admiration in his eyes. He was cornered not by a bullet, but by a spreadsheet brought down by the very order and precision that had been his strength. His empire collapsed, not with a bang, but with a whimper of bankruptcies and seized assets. The subsequent investigations revealed the true scale of his operation, the countless individuals and businesses he had quietly ensnared in his web of debt. Silas Thorne, the ledger man of Lakeshore Drive, proved that you don't need a Tommy gun to control a city's underbelly, only an iron will, an astute mind for finance, and a very accurate ledger. His story remains a quiet, chilling reminder that sometimes the most dangerous power is the one you never see. The chill of the North Sea wind biting at the docks of Rotterdam in the 1990s often carried the metallic tang of illicit cargo, a scent intimately familiar to Anton the Ghost Volkov. He was a master of evasion, a logistical genius who could make entire shipping containers filled with contraband, from untaxed cigarettes to stolen electronics, vanish from official manifests and reappear thousands of miles away, undetected. When customs officials across Europe began to notice a frustrating pattern of flawlessly executed phantom shipments, leaving no paper trail and no physical evidence, they knew they were facing a new kind of adversary. But what ingenious system of phantom cargo did Anton employ to spirit his illicit goods across borders? And what almost imperceptible oversight in his digital sleight of hand would eventually materialize the ghost into a tangible reality? Anton Volkov was a creature of the shadows, a former maritime logistics expert with an intimate knowledge of global shipping routes, port operations, and, crucially, the bureaucratic loopholes designed to track cargo. He didn't engage in violence. His weapons were forged documents, manipulated databases, and a network of quiet, compliant port workers. His office, a minimalist space overlooking the bustling harbor, was dominated by complex digital maps, displaying shipping lanes and customs checkpoints as if they were lines on a chessboard, awaiting his next strategic move. His criminal strategy revolved around the concept of phantom cargo. He wouldn't physically smuggle goods in the traditional sense. Instead, he would create legitimate-looking manifests for non-existent, low-value cargo, say, a container of cheap plastic toys destined for a remote African port. These false manifests would then be inserted into the sprawling, often chaotic, digital systems of major shipping companies. Meanwhile, the actual container, filled with high-value contraband, would be loaded onto the same ship, but with a different, seemingly innocuous manifest or sometimes no manifest at all. The real brilliance lay in the mid-journey swap. At a designated point, usually a busy transshipment hub like Singapore or Dubai, the container with the legitimate-looking phantom cargo would be quietly offloaded and replaced with the actual illicit cargo, which would then proceed to the original destination listed on the phantom manifest. The customs declaration would match the original, low-value, non-existent goods, allowing the valuable contraband to pass through inspection points unnoticed. It was a digital shell game on a global scale, making the untraceable appear legitimate and the legitimate disappear. You could almost feel the phantom weight of unseen illicit goods moving across the oceans, leaving no ripples. Anton's reputation grew by word of mouth among the international criminal fraternity. He offered a no-trace, no-risk guarantee, and his success rate was legendary. He charged a premium, but for clients dealing in multi-million-dollar consignments, the cost was negligible compared to the surety of delivery. The atmosphere around global shipping lanes became one of increasing frustration for law enforcement. They knew vast amounts of illicit goods were moving, but they couldn't pinpoint how or where. Anton, meanwhile, worked with a calm, almost serene confidence, a master of an invisible empire. The unraveling began, not with a tip-off or a customs raid, but with a seemingly trivial bureaucratic error on the part of one of Anton's lowest-level port contacts. A new, automated inventory system was implemented at a small port in North Africa, a hub Anton sometimes used for his mid-journey swaps. This system, unlike older, more forgiving ones, automatically flagged any container that was offloaded without a matching onward manifest within a very narrow time window. One of Anton's phantom cargo containers, containing the actual illicit goods, was offloaded and, due to a slight delay by a tired dock worker, didn't immediately get its new, deceptive manifest updated in the system. It briefly existed, for a mere 15 minutes, as a high-value container with no official destination or origin. This tiny, transient anomaly in the vast sea of legitimate shipping data was flagged by a young, ambitious customs analyst named Eva Rostova. Eva wasn't looking for contraband. She was looking for inefficiencies in the new automated system. The flagged container interested her precisely because it shouldn't have happened. Why would a legitimate, high-value shipment be in limbo, even for a few minutes, in a port known for quick turnarounds? She began to track this specific container backward through its previous ports of call. Her investigation didn't focus on the contents of the container, but on its digital journey. She discovered that this orphaned container, while physically legitimate at its origin, had previously been associated with a low-value phantom manifest, and its digital trail had been curiously scrubbed or rerouted at a major transshipment hub. This pattern, once identified for one container, allowed her to develop an algorithm to search for similar digital ghosts across millions of shipping records. She began to see the invisible threads connecting seemingly unrelated phantom shipments to high-value, mysteriously disappearing cargoes. The climax was not a chase scene, but a digital entrapment. Eva, with her new algorithm, began to predict where Anton's ghost containers would briefly materialize. The authorities didn't need to board a ship. They simply needed to be at the right port at the right moment. When the system indicated a container had gone dark for a fraction of an hour before reappearing with a new identity. The raid on Anton the Ghost Volkov occurred at a seemingly innocuous shipping office in Rotterdam, where he was calmly orchestrating his next phantom delivery. He was apprehended not with physical evidence, but with the irrefutable digital trail of his own meticulous, yet ultimately flawed system. As he was led away, the constant drone of the port machinery seemed to mock his once invisible empire. And as the global shipping industry tightened its digital security, many wondered, how many other elusive ghosts are quietly navigating the unseen currents of our interconnected world, waiting for a single, tiny digital anomaly to reveal their presence? It began not with a gunshot or a loud explosion, but with a barely perceptible tremor in the meticulously balanced ledgers of a downtown Chicago import-export business. A single, almost insignificant discrepancy, dated nearly 2 decades prior, caught the eye of a junior auditor named Eleanor Vance. How could a man who built an empire on calculated silence and financial finesse ultimately be undone by a misplaced decimal point? Arthur Blackwood, a man of precise habits and impeccably tailored suits, was a paradox within the shadowy world of organized crime. He didn't rise through ranks stained with blood. He ascended on columns of figures and the quiet manipulation of trust. Arthur viewed the traditional strongmen, with their overt displays of power and crude enforcements, as inefficient. His vision was a criminal enterprise disguised as a sprawling corporate entity, its true nature hidden in plain sight, humming softly beneath the surface of everyday commerce. He started small in the late 1950s, using his considerable accounting acumen to optimize the books of struggling Chicago businesses. Initially, his services were legitimate, helping enterprises navigate complex tax codes and find efficiencies. But soon, a new, more subtle service emerged, business consulting, that subtly introduced protection. This wasn't protection from rival gangs. It was protection from the unforeseen financial misfortunes that seemed to mysteriously plague those who declined Arthur's generous offers. The protection evolved into quiet partnerships, then outright ownership, achieved not through intimidation by brute force, but through veiled threats and irresistible financial leverage. You might find your once thriving business suddenly bleeding money, its supply lines tangled, its customers mysteriously vanishing, only to have a friendly investor, one of Blackwood's anonymous fronts, offer a timely lifeline at an unbelievably low price. This was never about breaking kneecaps. It was about breaking spirits with balance sheets, a slow, suffocating squeeze on a company's very viability. His network extended into seemingly legitimate industries: laundromats, textile mills, even a highly successful chain of bakeries that filled the morning air with the comforting scent of fresh bread. Each served as a conduit, a discreet pipeline for illicit funds, washing dirty money through the mundane, unremarkable transactions of everyday life. Millions moved, laundered through the sale of 1,000 loaves of bread or the processing of countless pounds of fabric, leaving no discernible trace. The old families of Chicago's underworld initially dismissed Blackwood as the paper pusher, an irrelevant nuisance. They saw his meticulousness as weakness, his quiet demeanor as a lack of resolve. But as their own cash flows mysteriously tightened, and their traditional strong-arm tactics became less effective against Blackwood's pervasive financial stranglehold, they started to pay attention. He didn't challenge them with open conflict. He simply made their operations unprofitable, slowly siphoning off their influence. He created an economic moat around his enterprises, making it far more costly to fight him than to grudgingly, quietly join his expanding financial web. Eleanor Vance, the auditor, was relentless. The initial discrepancy, though small, nagged at her. It led from the small import company, through a bewildering series of shell corporations, to a large holding company with diverse interests across the city, a vast, interconnected financial web. This was the first concrete hint that something far larger and more intricate lay beneath the surface. Unbeknownst to her, the FBI's organized crime division was also quietly building a case, but not on traditional RICO charges based on violence. Their focus was on tax fraud and intricate money laundering schemes, seeking the financial brain, not the muscle. The turning point arrived with a man named Vincent Moretti, known within the organization as Vinny the Vouch. Vinny was a mid-level manager, handling the logistics for Blackwood's sprawling textile operations. He was, by all accounts, a loyal man, dedicated to the intricate financial dance that kept the mills running and the money flowing. But Vinny was also a man who loved his family above all else. His young son was diagnosed with a rare, aggressive illness, demanding incredibly expensive treatment. Blackwood, usually so detached, so clinical in his decisions, refused any assistance beyond the standard, inadequate company health plan. This unexpected lack of compassion, this cold, unyielding financial calculus in the face of human suffering, began to chip away at Vinny's unwavering loyalty. The federal agents, observing Vinny's increasing disquiet, approached him with extreme caution. They didn't threaten. They offered a lifeline for his son's treatment, a chance at a normal life, in exchange for clarity on Blackwood's labyrinthine financial structures. Vinny wasn't a rat in the traditional sense. He was a desperate father, facing a man who saw humans as mere entries on a spreadsheet, expendable in the pursuit of profit. Vinny didn't betray a single violent act, for there were few to betray. Instead, he explained how the money moved, who ultimately benefited, and where the true ownership lay hidden. He provided the missing pieces of the financial puzzle, the subtle connections that the auditors and agents had struggled to make sense of. He didn't expose violence. He illuminated the quiet, suffocating mechanism of financial coercion. The arrests came quietly, almost anticlimactically. There were no dramatic shootouts, no high-speed chases through the city streets. Arthur Blackwood was picked up at his quiet suburban home, just as he was tending to his prized rose garden, meticulously pruning a thorny branch. The charges were complex and voluminous. Massive tax evasion, wire fraud, and conspiracy to commit racketeering through purely financial means. The trial was long, stretching over months, filled with expert witnesses poring over spreadsheets and flowcharts projected onto large screens. The prosecution painted a picture not of a stereotypical gangster, but of a calculating corporate raider who used financial pressure to subdue his targets and build his silent empire. Blackwood, true to form, remained impassive throughout, believing his financial fortress impenetrable, his methods too subtle to be truly understood by the common law. He had underestimated the human element, the quiet desperation of a man like Vinny, and the relentless, almost obsessive pursuit of a few dedicated agents and auditors who understood that crime wasn't always loud. Sometimes, it hummed softly beneath the surface of everyday business, a dangerous lullaby. He was convicted. His empire, built on paper and quiet threats, dissolved, its assets seized, its intricate network exposed. The quiet architect of crime had, in the end, designed his own gilded cage. The persistent, acrid smell emanating from the city's primary landfill was, at first, dismissed as a typical urban inconvenience, a part of life in a growing metropolis. Yet, for some residents bordering the sprawling site, the odor grew sharper, more chemical, and far more unsettling than mere decomposing refuse. How could the man who meticulously managed the very garbage of the city, presenting himself as a pillar of civic cleanliness, be caught by the silent, noxious fumes of his own enterprise, and what insidious current of corruption did that foul aroma conceal? Pat Doyle was a study in contrasts. To the public, he was the affable, unassuming proprietor of Doyle Waste Management, a company that had grown from a single truck in the 1970s to the unchallenged behemoth of refuse collection and disposal across the region. He was a familiar face at Rotary Club meetings, known for his generous donations to local charities and his unwavering commitment to civic beautification. Yet, beneath this meticulously curated facade of community service, Pat Doyle was building an empire on the one thing no one wanted: trash. His ascent was built on efficiency and relentless acquisition. Pat meticulously bought out smaller, struggling independent haulers, not with aggression, but with generous offers and the promise of a quiet retirement. Those who resisted, however, often found their routes inexplicably disrupted, their trucks experiencing sudden, expensive breakdowns, or their operational permits subjected to unending scrutiny. This wasn't intimidation by force. It was a slow, deliberate strangulation of their business, a quiet economic pressure that always, inevitably, led them to sell to Doyle Waste Management. Soon, he held a virtual monopoly, controlling every aspect of the city's waste stream, from residential pickups to industrial disposal. Pat's criminal strategy was as mundane as it was brilliant. Waste management, with its constant flow of cash transactions and its vast, often unregulated, physical sites, proved to be an ideal canvas for illicit activity. His primary income streams were twofold: racketeering through coercive service agreements and sophisticated money laundering. Businesses, large and small, found themselves compelled to use Doyle's services, often at inflated rates, lest they face the logistical nightmare of uncollected refuse piling up, damaging their reputation and operations. Money laundering was executed with quiet finesse. Doyle Waste Management processed billions, Legitimate businesses would be charged for special handling fees or expedited disposal, services that often existed only on paper. Non-existent loads of refuse would be invoiced and paid for. Large sums of cash, often from illicit sources, local gambling rings, illicit liquor operations, even discrete transactions from shadowy international figures seeking to clean their funds, would be funneled through the company's accounts as cash payments for bulk disposal services. The sheer volume and complexity of the transactions, mixed with the legitimate, rendered the dirty money virtually untraceable. Who would question $1 million payment for waste disposal when 1,000 smaller, legitimate transactions occurred daily? The slow burn towards his unraveling began not in the sterile offices of law enforcement, but in the meticulously organized files of an unassuming environmental regulator named Dr. Lena Petrov. Dr. Petrov, with the Regional Environmental Protection Agency, possessed a quiet tenacity and an almost obsessive attention to data. She wasn't looking for crime. She was looking for ecological integrity. Her concern wasn't the smell itself, but a series of peculiar spikes in specific chemical compounds detected in groundwater samples near the Doyle landfill. Compounds that didn't align with typical municipal waste decomposition. Her investigation began with quiet diligence. She requested old permits, analyzed historical dumping logs, and compared them against her current findings. The official reports from Doyle Waste Management were always perfectly filed, immaculately presented. Too perfect, perhaps. Dr. Petrov noted that while the reported volume of hazardous waste disposal was low, the chemical signatures in the ground suggested something far more substantial and unregulated was being buried. The turning point came with a low-level landfill supervisor, an aging man named Frank, whose deep loyalty to Pat Doyle had begun to curdle into resentment. Frank had been with Doyle since the early days, overseeing the dangerous, often illicit, special disposals that occurred under the cover of night. He had seen the illegal dumping of corrosive chemicals, industrial sludge, and medical waste, all masked within layers of innocuous municipal trash. His conscience, slowly eroded over decades, was finally broken when his own granddaughter, living in a community downwind from the landfill, developed a rare respiratory illness. Frank, haunted by the image of his granddaughter struggling to breathe, didn't provide grand confessions of financial crime. Instead, he meticulously detailed the locations and times of the illegal dumps, the types of waste, and the specific vehicles used. He spoke of the quiet code used to refer to these illicit disposals, special orders for Mr. Smith, or weekend deliveries for the back 40. These details, combined with Dr. Petrov's chemical analyses, provided irrefutable physical evidence. The Federal Environmental Protection Agency, now alerted, began a quiet, integrated investigation combining Dr. Petrov's environmental data with financial forensics. They didn't find direct evidence of violence, but they found systematic, widespread environmental violations leading to massive potential cleanup costs and public health risks. They also found the inflated contracts, the phantom services, and the unusual cash influx into Doyle's accounts, now understanding that the environmental crimes were inextricably linked to the financial ones. The special handling fees were actually charges for illegal, unpermitted dumping. Pat Doyle's arrest was a quiet affair, occurring not at a grand gala, but at the landfill itself, where he was overseeing a new, legitimate recycling initiative. He offered no resistance, only a look of profound resignation as the agents, led by a calm Dr. Petrov, presented their evidence. The charges were comprehensive. Multiple counts of environmental crimes, including illegal dumping of hazardous waste, alongside racketeering, wire fraud, and extensive money laundering. His trial, though devoid of sensational violence, painted a chilling picture of an entrepreneur who had systematically poisoned the very community he claimed to serve, all in the pursuit of quiet, untraceable wealth. His empire, built on the city's refuse, dissolved under the weight of its own hidden toxicity. The question of that acrid smell was finally answered. It was the first faint whisper of a dirty secret, slowly rising from the depths of the Waste King's tainted domain. In a city known for its whispered secrets, the opulent salon of Madame Celeste Dubois was a haven for the elite. Yet behind its velvet curtains, fortunes were quietly destroyed and political careers ended with a single, carefully placed word. What made her establishment so uniquely potent, and who ultimately dared to challenge the quiet dominion she held over the city's powerful? Madame Celeste Dubois presided over Le Papillon, a salon in the heart of Paris, not far from the Place Vendôme. It was, to the uninitiated, a place of exquisite discretion, a haven where the city's most influential men, ministers, industrialists, artists, and foreign diplomats could unwind, entertain, and indulge. The air was always thick with the scent of expensive perfume, fine cigars, and hushed confidences. Celeste herself was a woman of formidable elegance and acute intellect, her silver hair always impeccably coiffed, her dark eyes missing nothing. She moved through the lavish rooms with a serene grace, offering champagne and comfort, yet always listening, always observing. Her establishment, at first glance, was merely the city's most exclusive brothel, but its true value lay not in the fleeting pleasures it offered, but in the enduring secrets it collected. Celeste had built her empire on human frailty and the universal desire for discretion. Her ladies, carefully selected not just for their beauty but for their sharp minds and keen ears, were trained in the art of conversation, gentle probing, and subtle recall. They knew which vintage of cognac loosened tongues, which compliments invited self-aggrandizing confessions, and how to guide a conversation toward indiscretions without ever seeming to pry. The walls, too, were complicit, subtly outfitted with discreet listening devices, capturing murmurs that might otherwise be lost. From these fragments, a drunken boast about a clandestine arms deal, a whispered lament about a hidden offshore account, a casual mention of a powerful rival's illicit affair, Celeste painstakingly assembled a mosaic of vulnerabilities. These weren't crude threats barked across a table. They were quiet, devastatingly effective leverage. A discreet envelope containing a photograph, a subtle reminder of an overheard conversation delivered through a third party, or an unexpected tax audit suddenly appearing for a non-compliant client. These were Celeste's tools of persuasion. Her methods were soft, but their impact was like a well-aimed dagger to the very heart of a man's reputation. For years, Celeste enjoyed an almost untouchable status. Her network of compromised individuals was so extensive and so high-reaching that any official inquiry into her affairs quickly evaporated. Policemen who tried to investigate found their careers mysteriously stalled. Prosecutors who pressed too hard found their own past indiscretions suddenly brought to light. She even occasionally fed carefully curated, deniable intelligence to certain government agencies, ensuring their continued, mutually beneficial silence. You might have seen her dining at a Michelin-starred restaurant, perhaps at a corner table, quietly observing the political machinations playing out across the room, secure in the knowledge that she held many of the strings. The city knew of Le Papillon, of course, and whispered about its exclusivity, but few suspected the true nature of the power that emanated from within its velvet-lined walls. The first faint tremor came not from an external threat, but from within her own meticulously organized world. Elodie, a young woman Celeste had taken under her wing, was exceptionally bright and equally ambitious. Elodie had learned quickly, absorbing Celeste's lessons on human nature and the mechanics of influence. But unlike Celeste, Elodie harbored a quiet resentment for the control Celeste exercised, not just over the clients, but over the lives of the women who worked for her. Elodie began to keep her own ledger, a clandestine record of Celeste's most potent secrets, The real names behind the coded entries, the actual dates of the most damaging encounters, the specific demands made during the coercion phase. It was a dangerous game, born of a slow-burning desire for independence. Meanwhile, Inspector Louis Duval, a man of quiet integrity and unwavering patience, arrived at the prefecture's financial crimes unit. Duval was less interested in the moral failings of society's elite and more concerned with the unseen currents that manipulated the city's commerce and politics. His attention was drawn to a series of unusual financial transactions and unexpected political shifts. A sudden change in a zoning permit for a luxury development, an abrupt resignation of a prominent cultural minister, an industrialist's inexplicable withdrawal from a highly profitable venture. There was no obvious link, no smoking gun, only a recurring, unsettling pattern. The individuals involved had all, at some point, been frequent visitors to Le Papillon. Duval dismissed the coincidence at first, seeing it as mere gossip, but his methodical mind couldn't ignore the repeated synchronicity. He began to trace not the individual scandals, but the consequences of those scandals, mapping the flow of influence. Duval's breakthrough came, not with a dramatic raid, but with the quiet intersection of two seemingly unrelated investigations. He was tracking a complex money laundering scheme involving a high-ranking politician when an anonymous tip led him to a forgotten safe deposit box. Inside, he found a meticulously coded ledger, detailing the exact nature of blackmail payments and favors owed, compiled by none other than Elodie. This ledger, cross-referenced with Duval's own financial analyses and a deeper understanding of the pattern of political capitulations, laid bare the entire intricate mechanism of Celeste's influence. It revealed not just the indiscretions, but the precise, calculated exploitation of them. The end for Celeste Dubois was as understated as her reign. There was no public scandal, no sensational headlines detailing her fall. Instead, it was a quiet Tuesday morning when Inspector Duval, accompanied by a few plainclothes officers, arrived at Le Papillon. The salon was impeccably silent, the air still perfumed. Celeste greeted them with her usual serene composure, perhaps sensing the shift in the city's subtle currents. Duval simply presented her with a copy of Elodie's ledger and a series of meticulously compiled financial documents. He didn't accuse, he merely presented the evidence. The full weight of her meticulously constructed empire, built on whispers and vulnerability, collapsed under the quiet, undeniable weight of documented truth. The elegant salon, once a vibrant nexus of power and pleasure, faded into a hushed memory, its secrets finally becoming part of the city's unspoken history. In the bustling immigrant enclaves of 1930s New York, where fortunes were fragile and official institutions often seemed distant, a benevolent old pawnbroker, Saul the Scales Rosenberg, was revered for his compassion and generosity. Yet his quiet loans held a far greater, unseen weight than any official document. How did a man whose life revolved around small, personal transactions accumulate such vast, unspoken influence over an entire community? And what act of genuine, desperate kindness eventually brought his carefully balanced world crashing down? Saul the Scales Rosenberg was a fixture in his Lower East Side neighborhood. His pawn shop, Rosenberg & Sons, was a place of last resort and quiet hope for the struggling immigrant families who comprised his clientele. Saul was a man of gentle demeanor, with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles and a comforting presence. He spoke Yiddish, Italian, and broken English, listening patiently to tales of hardship, offering small loans against meager collateral. A grandmother's brooch, a father's watch, a treasured violin. He often lent more than the item was worth, and seemed genuinely heartbroken when a loan went unpaid. To the community, he was a lifesaver, a compassionate alternative to predatory loan sharks or indifferent banks. But Saul, in his quiet way, was a different kind of collector. His true genius lay in collecting not just interest, but favors, building a silent, intricate network of obligation that permeated every aspect of community life. His method was an insidious form of economic entanglement, cloaked in benevolence. A family needing emergency funds for an illness or a sudden rent increase would approach Saul. He would provide the loan, often without much paperwork, and with what appeared to be incredibly lenient terms. "Pay me back when you can," he would say, his voice soft. But the unspoken caveat was that the debt was never truly forgotten, and its value accrued not just in money, but in influence. A struggling tailor, whose loan saved his shop, might later be asked to mend a suit for free, or to persuade a difficult customer. A butcher, beholden for funds to keep his family fed, might be asked to discreetly supply meat to a specific, unspoken address. These were small, seemingly innocuous requests, but each one tightened the invisible bonds of obligation, weaving the debtors into Saul's silent web. Saul never overtly threatened. He didn't need to. The shame of unpaid debt, the fear of losing face in a tight-knit community, and the knowledge that Saul had been there in their hour of need was far more potent than any physical coercion. His influence was felt in every corner. In the subtle favoritism shown to certain businesses, in the quiet resolution of disputes that never reached the police, and in the unspoken deference shown to Saul at community gatherings. He operated entirely outside official systems, his word the only contract necessary, his silent ledger a living testament to the interwoven fates of his debtors. He lived a life of simple comfort, but his true wealth was the profound, unseen power he wielded over the lives of hundreds. For decades, Saul's system was virtually unassailable. The community protected him not out of fear, but out of a genuine belief in his beneficence. Who would report a man who had helped them in their darkest hour? The police, grappling with more visible crimes, largely ignored the internal workings of the immigrant neighborhoods, viewing them as self-regulating. Saul's operations left no paper trail, no loud conflicts, only the quiet hum of a community bound by complex, invisible obligations. The first subtle crack in Saul's carefully balanced world came from a place of unexpected compassion. A young, determined social worker, Sarah Jenkins, had recently been assigned to the Lower East Side. Sarah was fluent in Yiddish and quickly earned the trust of the elderly women in the neighborhood. She began to notice a recurring, unsettling theme in their stories, a pervasive sense of quiet obligation to Mr. Rosenberg, even years after their original loans had seemingly been repaid. Many spoke of endless, small favors they continued to perform, not out of current necessity, but out of a deep-seated feeling of being in his debt. Sarah, with her experience in identifying predatory lending practices, recognized the insidious nature of this silent coercion. It wasn't about money anymore. It was about human lives held in perpetual thrall. Sarah's investigation was a painstaking process of listening, documenting, and connecting the seemingly disparate threads of these quiet tales. She didn't look for financial ledgers. She looked for patterns of human behavior, for the emotional weight of unwritten contracts. Her breakthrough came when she encountered a young woman, Maria, whose family was desperately trying to immigrate to the U.S. from Europe. Maria's brother, indebted to Saul for years after a loan to save his small grocery, was being asked to perform a series of increasingly risky and morally compromising favors to repay the family's escalating, unspoken debt, favors that involved subtly influencing local union elections. Maria, driven by the desperate hope of uniting her family, and emboldened by Sarah's empathetic understanding, finally revealed the true nature of Saul's loans and the endless, silent obligations they carried. She provided concrete examples of these favors and their direct impact on community functions, painting a clear picture of an unseen control. When the federal agents, guided by Sarah's meticulous and deeply human narrative, arrived at Rosenberg and Sons. Saul was behind the counter, weighing a tarnished silver locket. There was no confrontation, no struggle. They didn't present financial indictments. They presented him with a collection of the stories Sarah had gathered, the quiet testimonies of a community held captive by gratitude and silent fear. They showed him how his benevolent loans had, over decades, amassed a profound systemic control that transcended simple usury. Saul looked at the documents, his kind eyes clouded with a complex mix of sorrow and resignation. His world, built on the delicate balance of kindness and quiet leverage, had finally been exposed, not by the harsh hand of the law, but by the profound and desperate act of revealing the truth by those he had ostensibly helped. The scales, finally, had tipped, revealing the true weight of his silent empire. The scent of aged canvas and polished wood filled Arthur Pendleton's Mayfair Gallery, a sanctuary of high art and higher finance. Yet behind the curated calm, an unsettling rhythm of disproportionate sales beat steadily. How could a relatively obscure 19th century landscape fetch such an astronomical sum consistently without raising immediate alarms, especially when the buyer often remained a ghost on paper? Arthur Pendleton was a man sculpted by expectation and refined taste. His suits were Seville Row, his ties silk, and his pronouncements on art history authoritative yet humble. For 2 decades, Pendleton's fine art had been a fixture in London's most exclusive district, a place where fortunes were discussed as casually as brushstrokes. He was, to all outward appearances, a respected purveyor of European masters and emerging talents. Yet, the real art Arthur practiced was far more intricate than restoration or appraisal. It was the quiet alchemy of turning ill-gotten gains into legitimate wealth, dissolving the taint of illicit origins into the gleaming patina of legitimate masterpieces. His method was elegant in its simplicity, brutal in its effectiveness, overinflating the price of a painting far beyond its market value, selling it to a shell company controlled by a criminal entity, and then using the clean funds from this inflated sale to invest elsewhere or simply withdraw. The art itself often remained in storage, a prop in a grander financial performance. You might have visited the gallery on a quiet Tuesday afternoon, perhaps admiring a luminous still life or a dramatic historical scene. You would have been greeted by Arthur himself, his voice a low, cultivated murmur, his movements precise. He would speak of provenance and historical significance, entirely masking the true provenance of the funds passing through his carefully constructed financial labyrinth. His clientele ranged from discreet European families with old money to newly minted magnates from the East, each transaction veiled in discretion and a shared appreciation for the finer things. Beneath this veneer, however, lay a network of offshore accounts, dummy corporations, and a quiet understanding with individuals whose fortunes, frankly, did not bear close scrutiny. Arthur managed it all with the practiced ease of a conductor leading a silent orchestra, his subtle nods and knowing glances replacing overt commands. He was a master of soft coercion, ensuring loyalty not through threats of violence, but through the promise of continued, untraceable prosperity. In a quiet, nondescript office building a few miles away, Eleanor Vance, a senior financial crimes investigator, worked in a world of spreadsheets and cross-referenced ledgers. She didn't chase criminals down cobbled alleyways. Her domain was the cold, hard logic of numbers. Eleanor had first noticed a peculiar anomaly. Certain obscure artists, whose works rarely commanded significant attention in the broader market, seemed to be consistently fetching unprecedented sums when handled by Pendletons. It wasn't one massive transaction that flagged, but a persistent, almost rhythmic pulse of smaller, inflated sales. She began to chart the flow, tracing the payments not to the buyers themselves, but to the intricate web of holding companies and offshore trusts. It was like following a single, faint thread through a vast, tangled tapestry, a thread that led, with unsettling regularity, back to a select few seemingly legitimate financial institutions. Arthur, meanwhile, felt the subtle tremors before the earthquake. A quiet conversation with a solicitor suggested an increased scrutiny of certain offshore jurisdictions. A long-standing client became unusually demanding, pressing for a transaction so large it would risk shattering the delicate illusion. Arthur, ever the pragmatist, understood that a machine of such complexity, once set in motion, was difficult to stop or even slow. He dismissed the growing unease with a firm, albeit silent, resolve. His focus remained on maintaining the illusion of impeccable legitimacy, even as the whispers of tighter regulations grew louder. He had built his empire on quiet trust and impeccable discretion. A breach in either could be catastrophic. Eleanor's investigation progressed not with a bang, but with the quiet click of a puzzle piece falling into place. She discovered a pattern of circular transactions. A painting sold for millions only for a seemingly unrelated entity, often connected to the original buyer through a series of shell companies, to purchase another high-value piece from Pendleton's shortly thereafter. The money wasn't leaving the ecosystem. It was merely cycling, cleansing itself with each pass through the art market. When she presented her findings, stripped bare of legal jargon, to her superiors, the sheer elegance of the scheme was undeniable. It wasn't about catching Arthur in an overt criminal act, but about proving the financial architecture he had meticulously constructed was, in its entirety, designed for illicit purposes. The end of Arthur Pendleton's reign was as understated as his crimes. There was no dramatic raid, no sensational arrest captured by the press. Instead, it began with a series of quiet notifications. Accounts frozen, assets seized, business partners subtly withdrawing. One Tuesday morning, Eleanor Vance herself, accompanied by a senior police detective, arrived at the gallery. They did not shout or accuse. They simply presented Arthur with a meticulously detailed ledger of transactions, a mirror of his own secret accounts, laid bare. You could almost hear the silence in the vast, echoing gallery as Arthur, confronted with the irrefutable evidence of his own meticulous work, finally understood. His world, built on quiet whispers and the illusion of beauty, had unraveled, not through violence, but by the patient, unyielding logic of numbers. The gallery, once a beacon of Mayfair's refined taste, eventually closed its doors, the masterpieces within becoming mere exhibits of a different kind of human enterprise. In the cutthroat arena of American politics, where campaigns roared with rhetoric and billions changed hands, Arthur the architect Sterling moved with the quiet precision of a ghost, consistently delivering improbable victories for his obscure clients. Yet his name rarely surfaced in public donations or campaign teams. How did a man with no public profile and no visible political machine consistently steer election outcomes, year after year, with such eerie predictability, and what unseen flaw in his meticulous data-driven strategy eventually led to the unraveling of his silent dominance? Arthur Sterling was a man of quiet habits and profound intellect. His office, a nondescript suite in a Washington, D.C. building, housed little more than powerful computers and an array of constantly updating data screens. He dressed simply, spoke little, and eschewed the flashy world of political rallies and television punditry. To his select, high-paying clients, often shadowy corporations or powerful individuals with specific legislative agendas, he was known as a strategic consultant, a genius who understood the electorate like no one else. But Arthur's true artistry lay not in public relations or stump speeches, but in the clandestine manipulation of public opinion and voting behavior through sophisticated data analytics and subtle, almost imperceptible psychological influence. He didn't rig ballot boxes. He influenced the minds that filled them. His method was a highly evolved form of micro-targeting and narrative control. He would collect vast troves of personal data, from public records, social media, consumer habits, and even discreetly purchased voter profiles to construct detailed psychological models of every potential voter. He identified key demographics, their anxieties, their aspirations, their prejudices. Then, using this granular understanding, he crafted highly specific, often contradictory, messages tailored to different groups, delivered through a myriad of untraceable channels. Hyper-targeted digital ads, seemingly organic social media movements, anonymous phone calls, or subtle insertions into local news cycles. He specialized in soft coercion, subtly shifting opinions, sowing doubt about opponents, or inspiring apathy among specific voter blocs, all without ever leaving a direct fingerprint. His campaigns were quiet whispers that cumulatively echoed like thunder. The money that funded these ghost campaigns was laundered through layers of nonprofit organizations, shell companies, and opaque PACs, making it virtually impossible to trace back to its original source or to Arthur himself. Arthur operated from the periphery, his influence felt but rarely seen. He rarely met his clients in person, preferring encrypted communications and a small, fiercely loyal team of data scientists and digital strategists, each siloed, knowing only their small piece of the grand puzzle. He lived a reclusive life, his only indulgence a passion for complex mathematical puzzles, a reflection of the intricate political challenges he so expertly solved. You might have seen the results of his work: a surprising candidate winning against all odds, a controversial ballot measure passing despite public outcry, or an unexpected wave of low voter turnout in a key demographic. These were his masterpieces, designed to appear as natural shifts in public sentiment, but in reality, carefully orchestrated campaigns of silent influence. For years, Arthur's system was practically invisible to traditional political watchdogs and law enforcement. The sheer volume and complexity of political spending, coupled with the nascent state of digital forensics in the 1990s and early 2000s, meant that his methods often went unnoticed. Campaigns were too chaotic, too noisy, to detect the subtle, algorithmic hum beneath the surface. Investigators focused on illegal campaign donations or obvious voter fraud, while Arthur worked in the quiet, unregulated spaces of digital persuasion and strategic non-engagement. The first faint tremor in Arthur's meticulously constructed world came from a place he least expected: academia. Dr. Anya Sharma, a young, brilliant political data scientist at a university think tank, was developing new methods for detecting statistical anomalies in election results. Her research focused on expected voter behavior versus actual results, looking for deviations that couldn't be explained by conventional polling or demographic shifts. She noticed a pattern of unusually precise voter turnout rates in certain districts and remarkably consistent margins of victory for specific candidates, outcomes that defied the inherent randomness and unpredictability of human elections. The data was almost too clean, too perfect. It was as if an unseen hand was subtly smoothing out the chaotic variables of democracy. Anya's investigation was a deep dive into the raw data, not just of election results, but of digital advertising expenditures, micro-targeted social media activity, and the geographical distribution of phone calls made by seemingly independent grassroots organizations. Her breakthrough came when she developed an algorithm that could identify patterns of message saturation that were too specific and too widespread to be coincidental. She discovered that in certain campaigns, precisely tailored, often conflicting messages were being delivered to highly specific, geographically isolated voter groups, achieving a level of persuasion that statistical models suggested should be impossible. This over-optimization of persuasion, the very perfection of Arthur's strategy, became his unique, detectable signature. She also found a recurring, tiny anomaly in the metadata of certain ad buys, a unique, almost imperceptible identifier that linked disparate campaigns. When the Federal Cybercrime Unit, armed with Anya's irrefutable statistical and digital forensics, finally approached Arthur Sterling, he was, as usual in his office, immersed in a complex data visualization. There was no dramatic arrest, no public spectacle. They simply laid out the evidence, the meticulously charted data anomalies, the algorithms that exposed his too-perfect influence, and the digital fingerprints that connected his ghost campaigns across state lines. Arthur looked at the screens, a faint, almost imperceptible nod. His world, built on the unseen power of numbers and the silent manipulation of minds, had finally been unraveled, not by a single act of betrayal, but by the relentless pursuit of an unseen truth, exposed by the very precision he had so painstakingly cultivated. In the bustling port city of Galveston, during the mid-20th century, every crate loaded, every ship berthed, and every longshoreman hired seemingly depended on the quiet nod of Joseph Big Joe Moretti, yet his name appeared on no official permits or union ledgers. How did a man with no formal title wield such absolute, unspoken authority over the very arteries of the city's commerce? And what untold cost did that control extract from the lives intertwined with the docks? Big Joe Moretti moved through the grimy, vital landscape of the Galveston docks with the gravitas of a natural force. He wasn't loud, nor did he display overt aggression. Instead, his power emanated from an almost invisible web of connections, a vast network of favors owed, quiet threats implied, and an undeniable knack for making things work. In the chaotic post-war boom, when shipping was a wild, unpredictable beast, Joe had offered something invaluable: stability. He had organized the fragmented longshoremen, negotiated with the shipping lines, and seemingly smoothed over every dispute. You saw him often, a stout figure in a plain work jacket, a fedora often tilted back on his head, a cigar held between thick fingers, always observing, always listening. He didn't issue commands. He offered suggestions, and those suggestions everyone knew were better followed. His ascent was a slow, deliberate tightening of a noose made of necessity. Initially, he provided a crucial service, mediating disputes, ensuring fair wages, or at least consistent ones, and preventing labor unrest. Gradually, however, his mediation became indispensable. No worker got a shift without Joe's approval. No company secured prime berth space without going through the proper channels, which inevitably led to a meeting with Joe. This wasn't protection money in the crude sense. It was expediting fees, consulting charges, or union contributions for the betterment of the community. Businesses that resisted found their shipments delayed, their cargo lost, or their workforce inexplicably absent. It was a soft coercion, a gentle squeeze that left no bruises, only economic suffocation. Loyalty was not so much demanded as cultivated through dependence. Joe ensured there was work, and in return, he expected a slice of every pie baked on the waterfront. Imagine a shipping magnate new to Galveston trying to bypass the established norms. He'd secure a contract, hire a crew, and prepare for his first major cargo. Then, the trucks wouldn't arrive, or the forklifts would mysteriously break down, or the longshoremen would suddenly find themselves unavailable due to an emergency meeting called by the union. A week of mounting losses and a quiet, unannounced visit from one of Joe's associates, a man who spoke in gentle tones about the local way of doing things, would follow. Soon after, the magnate would be paying his fees, and miraculously, the logistical snarls would untangle themselves. This system was so pervasive, so ingrained, that it became part of the cost of doing business, rarely questioned, certainly not challenged. But even the quietest empires harbored dissent. Among the old guard of longshoremen was a man named Thomas "Tommy" O'Connell, whose weathered face had seen decades of change on the docks. Tommy had initially supported Joe, seeing him as a champion for the working man. Yet, as the years passed, Tommy watched as the contributions grew larger. The union's power became more absolute, and the prosperity of the working man seemed to stagnate while Joe's quiet wealth grew. The final straw for Tommy was when a young, eager longshoreman, fresh out of the service, was denied work for refusing to pay a startup fee to a union official, a fee that Tommy knew went straight into the pockets of Joe's inner circle. It wasn't about the money for Tommy. It was about the corruption of the very thing they had fought to build. Meanwhile, an unseasonably warm autumn brought federal investigator David Miller to Galveston. Miller wasn't a dockside brawler. He was a meticulous numbers man with a background in tax evasion and organized crime. His focus wasn't on violence, but on the flow of money, the subtle abnormalities in the city's economic heartbeat. He had been quietly tracking the unusual prosperity of several seemingly unrelated businesses that all seemed to funnel profits into a single, obscure holding company. His initial interest was sparked by a series of failed businesses in the port area, all of which had refused to pay what appeared on paper to be voluntary consulting fees. He saw a pattern, a quiet hand manipulating the market, and that hand pointed persistently towards the docks. Miller didn't storm the docks with flashing badges. He spent weeks in archives, tracing property deeds, reviewing old tax records, and cross-referencing shipping manifests. He noticed how certain shipping contracts were always awarded to the same small cartel of companies, despite offering higher bids. He observed the quiet, almost invisible control over the allocation of labor. His breakthrough came when he correlated the sudden, inexplicable medical leaves of key dock workers with moments of friction between their employers and Joe's associates. The quiet economic coercion was laid bare. When Tommy O'Connell, disillusioned and fueled by a desire to reclaim the union's integrity, anonymously sent Miller a detailed, handwritten ledger of special contributions and their destinations, the carefully constructed facade began to crack. The end for Big Joe was not a dramatic shootout, but the slow, inexorable tightening of a legal net. Federal agents, armed with incontrovertible financial evidence and the quiet testimony of those whose livelihoods had been held hostage, began freezing accounts and impounding assets. There were no sirens, no shouting, just a quiet arrival at Joe's modest, yet surprisingly large house on a tree-lined street. He was found sitting on his porch swing, a half-smoked cigar in his hand, looking out at the city he had silently governed for so long. The power he had built, brick by economic brick, unraveled not with a bang, but with the quiet, chilling sound of numbers adding up. The docks, for the first time in decades, truly belonged to the city, the true cost of their stability finally coming to light.